McAway at the jail and what his status is and why he's still in isolation or on suicide watch. So Deputy Hudson, if you can reach out to.
You want them to come now? I can make a phone call now and have someone.
No, I think it would probably be appropriate for them to come at a break.
Okay.
So they can come at the break or at the lunch hour. So, because they may need to do some investigation themselves. But they need to be here at some point this morning before we go to lunch. All right, thank you. Anything else?
Your Honor, the first witness has expressed to us that she does not want to be on camera. We just want to know.
He gave us the thumbs up.
State his record.
All right, so we can bring the jury in.
For the record, state your full name and spell.
My name is Terania English. That's Teronia, and English, English.
Good morning, Miss English. How are you?
Good morning. I'm fine, and how are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. I want to start with asking you to introduce yourself to the court by just telling us just a few basic facts about yourself. Where are you from?
I was born here in Georgia, and my mother moved away to Pennsylvania.
Okay. Do you currently live in Georgia?
Yes, I do.
And do you have any children?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I want to call your attention to 2023, specifically around June of 2023. During that time, were you friends with a female by the name of Wanda Palensi?
Yes, I've been friends for her for over 20 years.
Okay. And how do you know her?
She's our child care provider, and she provided care for my children also. And from there, we developed a friendship, and I've even worked with her in her child care center.
and also done other various services for her.
Okay. And around the time of June of 2023, did you have a conversation with her about someone who Wanda believed may need assistance with his children?
Yes, I did.
And what was that conversation about? Did you guys talk about maybe you doing, helping him with childcare and staying at his home?
Helping him with childcare and the possibility of doing the children's hair, and if possible, just being there sometimes while he's at work.
Okay. And when you say there, are you referring to a duplex located at 4165 Renfrew Court in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, I am.
And do you recall if that was Unit A?
I'm not sure which unit it was, but if you were facing the unit, it was on the left side.
Okay. And do you recall the individual's name who lived there?
Yes.
Okay. What was his name?
His name was Rodney.
Okay. And had you ever met Rodney before?
Prior to that date, no.
Okay. So you only knew him through Wanda?
Yes.
And did you go to the home?
Yes, I did.
And was that in June of 2023?
Yes.
And when you went to the home, had you ever met his children before?
No, not prior to that occasion.
Had you ever met Passion Mitchell, the mother of the children?
No.
Okay, so when you arrived, do you recall what time of day it was?
It was between afternoon and evening. It was still daylight.
Okay. And was Rodney McWade there when you arrived?
Yes, he was.
And did you guys have a conversation about what the arrangement would be between the two of you?
Prior to arriving, Wanda told me they had had a detailed discussion, and she conveyed the conversation to me. And I attempted to call him also so I could talk to him directly, but wasn't able to talk to him, and I text him also.
Okay. Did he ever respond to that text?
No.
Okay. But to your knowledge, he did have a phone?
Yes.
Okay. So when you arrived there, what did you guys talk about? You and, when I say you guys, you and the defendant.
Originally, he wasn't very talkative. He just showed us a room where me and my daughter could stay while we were there. Mm-hmm. And initially when I got there, he wasn't that talkative about the arrangement. Mm-hmm. He talked about other things such as the cars going up and down the street.
Okay. All right. So back up. He showed you the room where you guys could stay. Can you describe that room, where it was located and what it looked like?
The room was one of 2 bedrooms, and it was kind of dark. So Miss Poni's daughter went to buy a lamp and a light bulb so we could have more light in the room. Okay. There was a bed in there and like a futon.
So when you say it was dark, was just the room dark or was the whole house dark?
The room was definitely dark. The only light that I remember maybe was the bathroom and maybe a light over the stove in the kitchen.
Can you describe the layout of the home?
When you enter the home, you enter into the living room, and when you walk through the living room, you will be in the kitchen, and if you turn to your right, that's where the bedrooms and a bathroom was.
You said 2 bedrooms. How many baths?
1 bathroom.
Okay. And can you describe the condition of the home?
The home looked like no one really lived there, and that someone had moved furniture into a home that may have been empty for quite some time, and it wasn't in livable condition.
What do you mean not in livable conditions?
It wasn't clean. It was unsanitary as far as the tub in the bathroom, and the stove was very cluttered even after cleaning it, and the bathtub also.
Did you attempt to clean it?
Yes, I did.
What efforts did you take to clean it?
I used the cleaning product that we had, and I took a washcloth and washed the stove off and sanitized it as best I could, and also wiped the bathroom down.
What did you notice if there was any food in the refrigerator?
I put the things that we brought with us to eat in the refrigerator, and there appeared to be like milk and eggs and things of that nature, not very much.
What about the kitchen cabinets? Was there any food in the cabinets?
I didn't look in the cabinets.
Okay, so let's talk about who was in the home. Who did you see in the home when you were there?
When I arrived, I only seen Rodney.
Okay. At some point, did you see any children?
Yes, 2 days later.
2 days later?
Yes.
So when you but you were aware that there would be children there because you were supposed to watch the children while he was at work, correct?
Yes.
So do you know where the children were during the times you did not see them?
From my understanding, in the other bedroom, and because upon placing things in the refrigerator, I didn't see the other 2 kids initially, and the third child, which is the older child, was in the bedroom that was adjacent to the bedroom where we were.
Okay. So let's talk about the 3 children. Were you told that it would be 2 boys and 1 girl?
Yes.
Were you given the ages of the children?
No.
Okay. So did you ever see a girl?
Yes, I did.
And when you saw her, where did you see her?
She was in the kitchen, on a futon not far away from the stove.
Okay. And what was she doing?
She was laying down.
Okay. Was she asleep?
She wasn't moving very much. Her eyes were open, so she wasn't asleep, so her eyes were open.
And how long did she stay laying there on that futon in the kitchen?
For the remainder of the time I was there, she got up when her father left. Mm-hmm. She got up and was standing on the futon, but basically the children sat in one spot.
Did they get up to use the bathroom?
I didn't see them. I did overhear the father getting the older child up to take him to the bathroom.
Were they wearing pull-ups?
Yes, they were.
So let's go back to focusing on the girl. The only time you saw her move was when her father left?
Yes.
And about how much time was that between when you first saw her laying on the couch and when you finally saw her move?
Probably about 4 hours.
Did you ever see her get up to eat?
Her father, before he left, had given them a Lunchable, and the Lunchable was on the futon right there beside her when she was standing up.
And when was that? And when I say when was that, I mean, how long had you been there before you saw him give them the Lunchable?
That was the third day.
So the days prior to that third day, did you ever see him feed them?
No, he did cook some chicken, but I didn't see him feed them.
Okay. Did you ever see him give them water?
No,
Did they ever get up and get their own food or water?
no.
So when Treasure did get up when he left, what did you interact with her?
Yes, I did. She was standing on the futon, and I was afraid that she would fall and hurt herself. So I hugged her and asked her what her name was, and asked her, to get down so she wouldn't fall.
Was she able to tell you her name?
No,
And what happened? Did anything happen while you were hugging her or after you hugged her?
yes, she got down, and she didn't seem to have ate much of the Lunchable, but the smaller child who was in the living room, he ate his. He ate all of the Lunchable.
So the smaller child, was that the younger boy?
Yes, it was.
And did you see him eat anything other than that Lunchable?
No,
The whole time you were there, which was a total of how many days?
3.
The whole time you were there, which was a total of 3 days, you only saw the younger child eat one Lunchable?
Yes.
Did you ever see him drink anything?
No.
Did he ever ask you for any food?
No, he didn't, but I asked the father if I could give them something to drink because it was very hot.
And what did he say when you asked if you could give the children something to drink?
He said no.
Did he explain why he said no?
No. He just said no, and when I asked him again, he said he would give it to them.
Did you ever see him give it to him?
No.
What about the third boy that you said was in the back room? How do you know that he was in that back bedroom?
I heard him whining from time to time when his father got him up, I guess, to take him to the bathroom. And in between, I heard him, whining in the back room, but I was never able to see him because the door was locked.
How do you know it was locked?
I attempted to open it on that third day, and through going to the bathroom, I had to pass by the room in order to go to the bathroom, and the door was always shut.
And when you went to the door, what happened?
There were 3 locks on it, and I wasn't able to open it. And at that time, I heard Rodney say that we have a problem.
Who was
Very
he?
loud. I'm sorry, say it again.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
You say, who was he? Rodney. And I didn't know where the voice was coming from, but it was coming from the kitchen. And he said, we have a problem. So I was under the impression that he said he had a problem, maybe getting to work or whatever, but shortly afterwards he came back. But before that...
I'm sorry, let me stop you there. You said he came back. Where was he when he said we have a problem?
I'm not sure. I was under the impression that he went to work because that was the first time that he left since I had been there.
So he wasn't home when you heard him say we have a problem?
I didn't see him visibly, no.
Where did you hear his voice coming from?
It was coming from the kitchen, from one of the devices that he had. It sounded like it was a speaker or something.
Were you able to see him on any of the devices?
No.
Was it your impression that he could see you?
Yes.
Okay. And when you heard him say we have a problem, who was he talking to?
Originally, I didn't know who he was talking to, so I asked him what did he say, and he repeated himself, and he said, we have a effing problem. Get away from my daughter.
Did you have a follow-up conversation with him to try to get an understanding of what he meant?
Yes.
Or what the problem was?
Yes, because like I say, shortly he appeared physically and came into the room where we were, and at that time I had started packing my things. And he told me that he didn't need me to take care of his kids, He just wanted me to sit there and to be there.
And did you respond?
Well, I repeated that that was the reason for me being there, and he said that he would care for his children the way that he wanted to. He was head of that household, and he didn't need me to tell him what to do.
So did you ask him, well, why didn't he allow you to help take care of the kids, if that's what your understanding of the agreement was?
Yes, and at that time he stated that he got all of my texts and that he ignored them on purpose. He was just going to cross that when we got to it.
You said you were when he came home, you were in the room packing. Why were you packing?
Because, you know, for the 3 days that I was there, it was apparent that the arrangement was not as discussed in advance. It was not a livable situation. I felt like no one should even be there.
Now, when you said it was very hot in the home, was it hot the entire time?
Yes.
Did that heat cause you discomfort?
Yes, it did.
Were you able to turn on the air or make it cooler?
No.
So what did you have to do to cool off?
I drank some ice water that I got from Quick Trip, but we wasn't. It was very discomforting, so we didn't get any sleep at all.
At some point, did you go to the store to buy anything?
Yes, I did.
And who did you go to the store with?
Miss Polnich.
Okay, was anybody else with you and Wanda?
My daughter and Rodney was.
Okay. The defendant was with you?
Yes.
And what store did you go to?
Walmart.
And did he buy any food or water?
No, he didn't.
What did he buy?
Some pull-ups.
Did you offer to buy anything for the kids?
Yes, I did. I asked him if he needed anything, and I told him I would buy it. We also went to Wendy's after that also.
Did he take you up on your offer to buy anything?
No, he said no thank you in reference to Walmart. And when we went to Wendy's, I asked him again, and he said no, take care of my own child.
Did he buy food for them?
No, he didn't.
Did he buy food for himself?
No.
Other than seeing the defendant take Taiwan out of the room to go to the bathroom, did you ever see him go into that room? And when I say he, I mean the defendant. Did you ever see the defendant go into Taiwan's room with food or water?
No.
What about medication?
No.
Did you ever express your concern about the children's health or well-being to the defendant?
Yes, I did.
What did you tell him?
Well, we had an in-depth conversation because that night, that first night I arrived, he stayed up and he kept walking back and forth and looking out the window. A police car went down the street. He asked if I knew who had called the police. And that night, we talked about taking care of the children. And I asked him why, because he made a lot of statements in reference to not wanting them to be in school or child care together. And I asked him why, but...
And you don't answer what his response was, but go on.
Okay. And so basically everything I asked him in reference to taking care of the kids, he said, no, I couldn't do it. I asked him, could I bring them all in there together to wash their hair, which we initially discussed. He said no.
Did, let's go back to the condition of the home. Was there Wi-Fi in the home?
I'm not sure, but there were multiple TVs. Two of the rooms had at least 3 or 4 TVs in them, and they had laptop computers. The bathroom had a laptop computer in it also.
When you first went to the home, who took you there? Did Wanda take you to the home?
No, her daughter did.
Her daughter did. Did she, what's her daughter's name?
Danielle.
Okay. And what, to your knowledge, what is Danielle's relationship to the defendant?
She was his employer, the manager at U-Haul.
Okay. When she entered the home, did you see her do anything or give anything to the children?
No, but she brought food and water there, and other paper towels and tissue there with us.
Did you see what happened to that food, water, paper towel, and tissue?
No, after that point, I never seen it again.
So you never saw the defendant give any of that to the children?
No.
I want to show you what has previously been marked as States Exhibit 25, 26, 27, 30, 31, 36, 37, and 38. Ms. English, do you recognize those pictures?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
These are pictures that I took with my own personal cell phone.
And are those true, accurate copies of the pictures you took?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves to tender those exhibits into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Permission to publish.
Granted.
Let's start with States Exhibit 25, Ms. English. What is this a picture of?
This is a picture of the bedroom where my daughter and I stayed while we were there.
And why did you take this picture?
It was apparent that something had happened in the bedroom. And like I said, it just appeared like no one should be living there. Also, he had made a statement to me about violent behavior in the past. So this is not the only hole that was in the wall either.
And did you think that that wall was connected to the violent behavior that he had referenced earlier in conversation with you?
I thought it could have been a possibility.
Okay. And what day did you take this photograph? What date and time?
This was the third day I was there, and it was evening.
Okay. Was it on June 21st, 2023 at 4:37 p.m.?
Yes.
Next exhibit, States Exhibit 26. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the tub after it was cleaned.
And did you take this picture on June 21st, 2023 at 4:38 p.m.?
Yes.
And why did you take this picture?
I wanted to present to Wanda the condition of the home, because she had asked me that after I cleaned it up, could I still stay there and, work out something with him. And I just wanted her to see with her own eyes the conditions of the place.
Okay. Next is States Exhibit 27. Did you take this photograph on June 21st, 2023 at 4:38 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
And why did you take this photograph?
This is the same picture of the same tub after it was cleaned, and I just wanted her to see that it was no way possible for us to remain there, or that the kids should, be in these conditions.
While you were there, did you ever take a bath or a shower in the tub?
No,
Why not?
it just appeared to be unsanitary. We didn't even want to use the bathroom there.
Okay. State's Exhibit 28. Did you take the... Is it 28 or 30?
I don't have 28.
Oh, I'm sorry, State's Exhibit 30. Did you take this picture on June 21st, 2023 at 4:45 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
And what is this a picture of?
This is the hallway leading to the bedrooms. To your left is the bathroom. Straight ahead is the bedroom where the older child was. And to your right, that's the bedroom where we were.
Why did you take this picture?
There were holes in the wall in the hallway too. And this picture it doesn't really show exactly how things were, but it just was unsanitary. And like I said, there were holes in the wall in the hallway also.
Now, is that room at the end of the hall the room that Taiwan stayed in? Yes,
it is.
How did that door get open? Because you testified earlier that the defendant kept Taiwan locked in that room.
He opened it, I guess. This was just one of the few times when I did come out and was able to take these pictures.
And with the door open, did Taiwan come out of the room?
No, I didn't see him.
Next. This is State's Exhibit 31. Did you take this on June 21st, 2023 at 4:45 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
And what are you documenting in this photograph?
This is the holes in the wall that I was speaking in reference to. This is the bathroom to your left.
Okay. Next. State's Exhibit 36. Did you take this photograph June 21st, 2023 at 4:41 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
And who is this in this photograph?
This is Treasure.
And why did you take this picture of Treasure?
Treasure didn't look well at all. And I relayed that to Ms. Ponich and asked her, what she thought about the situation.
Now, earlier you testified that Treasure just laid there for 3 days on a futon in the kitchen. Is this the futon in the kitchen?
Yes, it is.
And did you ever see her move from that spot other than the one time that she stood up when the defendant left?
No.
And would she just lay back down?
When I asked her to get down so she wouldn't hurt herself, she sat down, but she didn't move very much.
Okay. Now, were there toys in the home?
Yes.
Did you ever see any of the children playing with any of the toys?
No.
Did Treasure ever get up to use the bathroom?
I didn't see her. No.
And did she ever get up to eat or drink?
No.
Did the defendant ever, did you ever see him take her to the bathroom?
No.
And other than giving her that Lunchable that one time in those 3 days, did you ever see him give her anything else to eat or drink?
No, but I asked him if I could, and he replied no.
Next. State's Exhibit 37. Did you take this picture June 21st, 2023 at 4:39 p.m.?
Yes.
And what are you documenting in this photograph?
This was after I cleaned a lot of debris off the stove, and it still wasn't, I still wasn't able to use it.
This was after you cleaned it?
Yes.
Were you ever able to cook anything?
No.
Next. State's Exhibit 38. Did you take this photograph on June 21st, 2023 at 4:42 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
And who is the child in this picture?
This is the youngest child, Rodney.
And what room is this?
This is the living room, and upon entering the duplex, this is the first room that when you enter the duplex.
And is this the room where Rodney Jr. slept?
I'm not sure, because when I first arrived at the apartment, at the duplex, he wasn't there.
Rodney Jr.
But
wasn't?
He wasn't, but afterwards, this is where he was.
Okay. And so, did you ever see him leave? Is this a sofa, a couch?
Yes, it is.
Did you ever see him get off of that couch?
He did when I went in there to talk to him. Mm-hmm. Yes, he got down and yes, he just stayed there.
So when you talked to him, what did he talk back?
No.
Was he verbal at all?
No.
Did he attempt to try to communicate to you?
No, he just smiled.
Did you ever see him eat or drink anything other than that one Lunchable?
No.
Did you ever see him get up to go to the bathroom?
No.
Was he wearing a pull-up?
Yes.
Is it? Miss English, what did you do with these pictures after you took them?
I only sent them to Miss Podence.
Okay. And did you ask her to do anything with the pictures?
No, I didn't.
How long did you stay in the home total?
For 3 days.
And at what point did you decide it was time to get out?
At that point, when he left and when he came back, he was very obstinate about he didn't need me to care for the kids. He only wanted me to sit there.
Sit where?
Just to sit there in the room where I was.
Did you ever feel like your safety was at risk?
I didn't think about my safety being at risk, but I just knew it wasn't a situation where we should be. And it's because he didn't go to sleep. He kept walking over us throughout the night.
Now, when you say us, you mean you and your daughter, right?
Yes.
And is your daughter nonverbal?
Yes.
And did your daughter ever, how did she react to being in the home?
She didn't want to go to the bathroom. She didn't want to move around. It was just very uncomfortable to be there. It was very hot. Mm-hmm. We both were sweating profusely, very hot. And on the day, that same day, when he said, "We have a problem," his behavior sounded very violent. And at that time, she said, "We need to go."
Thank you. No further questions, subject to redirect.
All right, thank you. Anything from defense?
Good morning, Miss English.
Good morning.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. So, you took those photos, it looks like on June the 21st. There was a little time code on the photos. Is that accurate? You took those on June 21st?
Yes.
Okay. And that was you were staying with Rodney at that part of the duplex for 3 days, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And on which of the 3 days was the 21st? Was that the first, second, or third day you were there?
The third day.
That was the third day. So you would have gotten to Rodney's on June the 19th.
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And you said that you arrived, you had a conversation with Ms. Polnitz about what the expectation and why you were going to be staying there, correct?
Yes.
and that you attempted to contact Rodney before you got there. You said between the afternoon and the evening, but the sun was still out, and that would have been, like we discussed, on June 19th, correct?
Right, yes.
Okay. And so when you arrived, Rodney showed you the room where you and your daughter were going to stay, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, did Rodney go back to work, or did he stay there at the apartment for the rest of the night?
He stayed there.
Okay. And when you were staying in that bedroom, I don't know if this was clear from the photos that we had just gone over, but the window that is in the room that you were in, that faces the street?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And if the window is on, say, this side of the room over here,
Yes.
is the door across from that going out of the room?
Yes, it is, opposite of the window.
And across from that door, what do you see?
It's the hallway.
Is the hallway. Is it another doorway on the other side? Like, if I'm looking out of the doorway of that bedroom, do I see another doorway?
You can't see it, but if you go out into the hallway, and a few steps down, that's the bathroom.
Okay. So if I walk out of the room that you were staying in, and I'm facing the wall, do I go left or right of that?
You go to your left.
I go to my left, and then the bathroom is on my right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And if I go right out of that bedroom, that's where the room where the older boy was?
That's correct.
Okay. So from sitting in the room that you were staying in, you can see what's outside of the hallway and the door, right?
Yes.
But you can't see the bathroom, the kitchen, the living room, anything over to that side, correct?
No.
Okay. And you can't see into Taiwan's room from there, correct?
No.
Okay. No, as in that is not correct, or no, you can't
Oh,
see?
no, you can't see.
Okay. Now, it sounds like that Mr. McWay was not very welcoming to you when you arrived and for the time that you were there. Is that a fair way to characterize that?
Not according to what the situation was supposed to be, no.
Okay. Because you were coming to help him, and
Yes.
you'd expect some participation from him to help you help him, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, did you say that he told you just to be sat there in the room, correct?
He verbalized that on that
Yeah.
third day, but originally his conversation was just about being there and his relationship with the kid's mother and
Okay.
why he moved her there.
Okay. And so let's walk through on the 19th when you get there and the sun's still out and Rodney doesn't leave that night, correct? Rodney Sr. doesn't leave that night, correct?
Correct.
And does he leave for work? So y'all are, I understand you had trouble getting sleep because of the temperature in the unit, but on the next day, did he leave for work or did he stay there the whole day?
He stayed there the whole day.
He stayed there the whole day. And during that time, were you, I guess, like, were you watching TV in the living room? Were you matriculating throughout the house? Or were you and your daughter kind of
We were just in that one room.
just hunkered down in that room?
Yes.
Okay. Because as you said, y'all didn't go to use the bathroom because of its condition.
We used it, but not much. We
Not
basically held it most of the time, yes.
As little as you could.
Yes.
Yeah, is when you'd use it. Okay. And so he was there all day on the 20th and was there overnight on that evening?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the 21st, when morning came, did he leave for work then?
He left. I don't know where he went, but he left and he wasn't physically visible, yes.
Okay. And part of the reason for you being there was to help be there when he was at work, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But he leaves the house sometime during the 21st. Do you remember approximately what time that would have been? Around breakfast, lunch, just generally?
Probably around about 10 or 11.
Okay. So sometime mid-morning, Rodney leaves. fix what you can as far as some of the conditions with the cleaning. Is that when that happens?
No, I had already did that.
You had
Yes.
already done that?
Yes.
Okay, when did you do that?
When I first arrived,
On the 19th?
yes.
Okay.
And the next day also.
And on the 20th. Okay. So there was times that you were helping to do some cleaning on the 19th and the 20th.
Yes.
But in your time between those activities, you were stationed in the bedroom where he had put you and your daughter up.
Yes.
Okay. And on the 21st, these photos, the timestamp is thereabouts around 4:40 and later in the afternoon. Is that a time that Rodney had been back, or had he been gone since the morning, had not returned yet?
He had been gone.
He had been gone. Okay.
Yes.
So he was not present at the time that you took the photos, and it was earlier that day when he was gone that the we have a problem conversation takes place on the 21st. Is that when that happens?
Oh, later on.
Later on the 21st?
Yes, it wasn't that morning. It was later after he left that we
Okay.
had the conversation. Yes.
Was it before or after you took the photos?
It was after I took the photos.
Okay,
Shortly after.
shortly after. And you said you had taken some photos in States Exhibit 25 and 31 depicting damage to the drywall, and you said that he had talked about that there had been some violence in the home,
Yes.
and you saw the holes in the wall and said, and came to the conclusion that that could be related to that, correct?
Yeah, it was a possibility. I just know that something had happened there.
Okay. And yeah, walls don't put holes in themselves, but you were drawing the inference from another conversation that you had, correct?
Correct.
When did the trip to the Walmart and the Wendy's take place? Because I didn't hear, we were going through the days, I didn't hear that part. So on the 19th, you get there, you do some cleaning, you stay in the room, right?
Yes.
On the 20th, you do some more cleaning, and you also stay in the room, correct?
Correct.
And throughout that time, Rodney is also home, correct?
That's correct.
And you had talked about on States Direct that there was a trip out to the Walmart, and it was you and your daughter and Miss Polnitz and Rodney, correct?
That's correct.
And none of the children were with y'all at that time, correct?
No.
Okay, but that trip took place sometime between when you arrived on the 19th and when you left on the 21st?
Yes, on the 20th at night.
On the 20th at night?
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me.
And the kids stayed home because they were asleep?
I don't know why he left them. I asked him if he wanted me to stay with him. I did have a question about. I told him that I could buy the things he wanted. That way, they wouldn't be home by themselves.
Mm-hmm. But he came along and bought pull-ups at the Walmart is what he did?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And part of, so on Rodney's end, what he was to be receiving as a part of this was your assistance and help with the children and the apartment, correct?
That's correct.
And on your end, what you were receiving was a place to stay at that time, correct?
Initially, that's what was discussed.
Mm-hmm.
But after talking to him when I got there, he said he needed money, that he didn't have much income, and asked if I could give him some money.
Okay. But you didn't have money to be paying him for rent at that time, correct?
I didn't feel like that would be a good arrangement.
You didn't feel like that would be fair, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Because you the arrangement as you understood it was you were going to provide him the service of childcare
Yes.
and some other things, and he was going to provide you with a living space, a livable living space in exchange for that, correct?
Well, not really a living space, but just somewhere to stay while I'm there. Yes, while he's at work.
Okay. And, okay. Just one moment, Miss English, okay?
Okay.
State. So I want to thank you for coming in this morning. Ma'am, you are officially excused, which means you get to leave the building, or you can remain in the courtroom, your choice, but you are free to go.
All right, and thank you.
All right. Does the state have another witness to call at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Wanda Polentz.
Raise your right hand to me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. For the record, state your full name and spell.
Wanda Polnitz, WandaPolnitz.
Good morning, Ms. Polnitz. How are you this morning?
Fine, thank you.
Thank you for being here. Can you introduce yourself to the court by telling them just a few basic facts about you? Where are you from?
I live in Decatur. I'm a family child care provider. I've been there for 36 years.
How many years?
36 years.
As a child care provider, are you a mandate reporter?
Yes, I am.
And what does that mean?
That means if I know I'm aware that a child is being harmed or abused in any way, sexually, physically, or being neglected, then I'm to report it.
And who do you report that to?
I report it to the Children and Family Services or Bright from the Start.
Okay. And have you ever had to make a report before to DFACS?
I have.
We'll get into the details of a report shortly, okay? I want to talk about a little bit about your your family. Do you have any daughters?
Yes, I have 2 daughters.
And is one of your daughter the manager at U-Haul?
Yes, she is.
And where is that U-Haul located?
It's located on Fulton Industrial in Atlanta.
And what's that daughter's name?
Danielle McFarland.
Okay. And do you know if Danielle had an employee that worked under her by the name of Rodney McWay?
Yes.
And that is the defendant in this case, correct? Now, was there ever a time that, do you know someone by the name of Teronia English?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know Miss English?
We've been friends for about 22 years, I think it is.
And back around June of 2023, did you ever make a connection between Teronia English and the defendant Rodney McWay?
Yes, I did.
And how did you make that connection?
She needed a place to stay, and my daughter told me that she had an employee that was looking to rent out a room and also perhaps needed someone to babysit his 3 children. So I told Teronia about it, and I told her that I would talk to him about how much he would charge her for renting the room, which I had spoke to him and asked him, not to charge her too much because she's on fixed income.
So you actually spoke with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And did he agree to this arrangement?
Yes, he did.
And did he ever state whether or not he needed assistance with caring for his smaller 3 children?
He did. Well, what it was, I asked him. He didn't really answer me, but he said he was interested in renting out the room, but he didn't actually say that he needed care for his kids. But it was just my assumption. That's what my daughter told me.
Okay. And so, to your knowledge, Teronia went to the home of the defendant located at 4165 Renfrew Court, correct?
Yeah. After she talked to him, yes.
Okay. And did you communicate with Teronia English while she was staying there?
Yes, I did.
And did she tell you what the conditions of the home were like?
Oh, when she got there, she was like, "Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to stay here." She said it was horrific. It was unlivable, the place, she said, and that it was just terrible, real dirty. And I said, "Well, is it possible to clean it?" She was like, "No."
Okay. Did she tell you she tried?
She didn't say she tried. No.
Okay. Did she tell you anything about the temperature of the home?
She said it was stuffy and hot, and it was dark.
And what about the 3 children? Did she tell you anything about the 3 children?
She said that they looked like she said to her they looked like they were hungry or not being taken care of. They just sat. She said they just sat in different places in the house, and she just didn't understand why, and then he started explaining why.
Okay. And did she express any concern about the health or well-being of the 3 children?
Yeah, she was concerned about Treasure.
Why Treasure specifically?
Because Treasure was very thin, and she noticed that she was laying around a lot, and her eyes, she sent me a picture of her eyes looked like somebody drugged up or something, but what not drugged up, maybe sick. I don't know. It was just a weird picture.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 25, 26, 27, 30, 31, 36, 37, and 38. Well, look through them first, and then when you're done, I'm going to ask you some questions. Are those the pictures that Tarani English sent you?
Some of them I didn't get you to see this.
Okay. But she did send you some pictures?
Yes.
And what did you do with the pictures that she sent you?
I had them in my phone. I thought I had downloaded them, but unfortunately I only have the picture of Treasure, of her laying on the futon.
And did she tell you, she being Miss Tarani English, tell you anything about Taiwan?
She said that he was locked in a room. The oldest boy, it's Taiwan, the oldest, the 5-year-old was locked in a room, and the baby boy was on a couch somewhere in the living room, I think.
Did you ever, did you take Tarania and the defendant to Walmart?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you do that?
Taranya said that he needed pull-ups for the children, and I guess she wanted some things as well. So I went over there to pick them up to take them to the store. And I said, "Well, where are the children at?" And he said, "They're fine." I didn't really question him that much, but I was concerned that they were left alone. But I figured, we would just hurry up and go to the store and then come right out, because neither one of them was doing any big shopping.
Okay. And did he purchase any food or water?
No.
And after you left Walmart, did you go to Wendy's?
Yes, we did.
And did he purchase any food or drinks or water?
No.
Did you offer to get him any food or drinks?
Well, I asked him, did he want anything? So did Taranya. Taranya asked him, and he said, "Just worry about your own kids," or something like that, he said.
Okay.
Or worry about your own daughter.
Now, once you received those pictures, did you contact DFACS?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Because from what Taranya told me about the child being locked in the room and the pictures of the little girl laying on the futon and in the condition of the house, it concerned me very deeply, because I felt like the children were, in fact, in danger. I may have been wrong, but that was my feelings, because, the conditions they were living in, and how he got upset because Taranya went to check on the 5-year-old, and he cursed her out.
Now, did DFACS respond to your call?
Yes, they did.
And did you cooperate with DFACS to give them information?
Yes.
What type of information did you provide to DFACS?
Basically the same thing that I told, the courts, that I had asked, was helping Taranya find a place to stay. And then Taranya sent me pictures. And she also, explained that she didn't see the kids being fed for the couple of days she was there. She only saw that he gave them a Lunchable, and that the little Treasure was jumping and playing. Her Lunchable fell on the floor. And I said, "Well, did you pick it up? Did anybody pick it up and give it to her?" And it was like that was it. She didn't eat, and the other 2 boys gobbled theirs down. She told me they gobbled theirs down.
Did you tell DFACS that the defendant worked at U-Haul with your daughter?
Yes, I did.
Do you know if DFACS went to U-Haul or made any attempts to
They
contact
did.
him?
They did.
Did DFACS ever contact you and tell you that they were having trouble making contact with?
No, never.
Did you ever receive a call from DFACS while they were at the defendant's home?
No, never.
Now, at some point, the kids were taken from the defendant, correct?
Objection.
And
Leading.
I can rephrase your.
Thank you.
Do you know if at some point the kids were taken from the defendant?
Yes.
And do you know if that was based on your report to defects?
Yes, I'm sure. And they went to the house.
Okay. After defects went to the house?
Yeah.
Okay. And after defects went to the house, did you agree to care for the three kids?
My daughter did, but she was at work. So she asked me, can she bring the kids to me until she got off work? And I said that would be fine.
Okay. When you say your daughter, are you referring to Danielle?
Yes.
So did Danielle bring the three kids to your home?
Yes.
And how long were the three kids with you?
They were with me approximately 4.5 hours, 5 hours.
And during the 4.5 or 5 hours that they were with you, did they eat?
Yes, the policeman had fed them, and I gave them a snack. And when I was getting ready to give them dinner, Danielle came home, and she took them and gave them dinner.
Okay.
So I gave them a large snack shortly after they got to me, because they had went to McDonald's. I guess one of the Fulton County police officers took them to McDonald's to eat.
Okay. Could the kids walk?
They can walk, but they walk like toddlers, the 4 and the 5-year-old. And the little one seemed like he was walking regular, walking okay. But the two oldest ones walk like they were learning to walk, just learn to walk or something. They were kind of walking on their tippy toes.
Okay. Could they talk?
No.
None of the three children could talk?
No.
Okay. Were they able to communicate anything to you?
No, other than crying, no.
Okay.
They made sounds, like they wanted to, talk gibberish. You couldn't understand what they were saying.
Now, you stated earlier that you have been running a daycare facility for over 20 years, correct?
Yes.
And based on your training and experience, knowing the ages of these children, did you believe that they were their behavior was appropriate for their age?
Based on what I've witnessed in 36 years, no.
Okay. Why not? What about the three children did you feel was not appropriate for their age?
The fact that they weren't able to talk or communicate, or, they didn't even know how to play with toys or play with each other or anything.
They didn't play with each other?
No.
So what did they do while they were with you for those 4 or 5 hours?
I gave them toys. I tried to show them how to play with them. They basically just ran around and picked up toys and put them down. And, I took them out to play. And they just basically just ran around.
Did you observe any bruises on them?
No.
Was that the only time that you kept them?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, subject to redirect.
Ms. Bonus, I don't have any questions for you. Thank you.
All right, thank you for coming in, ma'am. You are officially excused, which means you get to leave the building or you can remain in the courtroom. It's your choice. All right, does the state have another witness to call?
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Aisha Hawkins.
You can turn and face me. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You can take your seat. For the record, state your full name and spelling.
Ashia Hawkins, ASHIAHAWKINS.
Good morning, Ms. Hawkins. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing well. Can you please introduce yourself to the court by telling us where you're currently employed?
I am a supervisor at Fulton County Defects.
And how long have you been there?
Since 2022 with Fulton County, but I've been with Defects since 2018.
2018?
Yes.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as a supervisor?
To oversee and ensure safety, permanency, and well-being, to include case management, attending court hearings, going in the field with my case managers, for my case managers, setting up programs for families, ensuring services are implemented.
Okay. And in 2023, were you working with DFACS?
Yes,
And were you in the same role or a different role?
a different role,
Okay, what was your role back in 2023?
an investigator.
And what were your duties and responsibilities as an investigator?
Pretty much the same, going in the field, investigating safety, doing reports, everything that I do now, except overseeing other case managers.
Okay, so when you talk about doing reports, did you sometimes work on a report or a case, that's probably a better word, a case that had been worked on by previous DFACS workers?
Yes,
And would you have the opportunity to review notes from what previous DFACS workers had done in connection with the case?
yes, that's imperative.
Okay, and why is that important?
History gives you a timeline of what's going on with the family. History also helps you determine the services that the family needs. It also determines whether, it helps you identify the safety. It gives you a synopsis into the family's life without you initially meeting them first. So therefore, you can kind of gauge what's needed when you go out there in conjunction with talking to the families.
Okay, so you said it gives you an idea of what type of services the family may need. What type of
May or may not.
Okay, what type of services did DFACS or does DFACS provide to families?
Whew, it's a plethora. Housing, counseling, assessments to include DV assessments, anger management, parental fitness evaluations, psychiatric evaluations, psychological evaluations, the fatherhood program, the sisterhood program, food services, utility help, you name it, we try to assist.
And what needs to be done with the family prior to determining what type of assistance that family needs?
With the family, we need to meet them. We sit, we meet with them, we talk to them in regards to what's going on. Our first question is, well, the first response is we let them know that we have a case. How did we get here? How did we get from no DFACS involvement to DFACS involvement? Once we identify that, we just walk through. It's pretty much like a conversation you and I can have based on me being in a courtroom and what it's like to be here on a daily basis. So, you know, we engage, we talk to the children, what's home life? We talk to the parents, what's home life? How are the stressors? What are your barriers? We ask the kids, what are your barriers as well? You know, if there's behavioral issues. One of the most important things that we ask a child is, who keeps you safe? So that's how we determine, well, that's how we kind of flow and assess for safety, because kids are going to say either mommy keeps me safe or daddy keeps me safe. Well, what scares you? Kids will say what scares them. with the families, if there's barriers, they may say, I'm struggling financially. And we move on from there.
Okay. So you said, how do we get here? Is one of the questions that that you guys asked to determine where to go.
Yes.
So I want to call your attention to a defects case involving the defendant, Rodney McWay, and his 3 children,
Okay.
Treasure McWay, Taiwan McWay, and Rodney Jr., and the mother of the children, Passion Mitchell. Were you assigned that case in June of 2023?
Yes.
And were you able to determine how you got this case, or how did you get here in terms of defects being involved with this family?
Are you asking when I spoke to him?
No, I'm going to ask you in before you spoke to him.
Okay, so how did I get the case?
Yes.
The case
I'm sorry, let me make my question a little clearer. How did defects become involved?
We received a report. Report came in at, I want to say about 3:16, between approximately 3:16, 3:18 a.m. So defects we have services 24 hours. During the weekend, we're what we're called on call. So investigators are assigned on call cases that come in from the Georgia Child, the 188 Georgia Child number. And it's assigned to the county, and the county assigns it to the supervisor and the case manager. Once you get the call, you got to look at the case and see if it's a 24, if it's a 5-day, if it's immediate, and then you go out. Of course, you read the history first.
What do you mean by 24?
24 is you need to go out on that case within 24 hours.
Gotcha.
And immediate is you need to go out on that case within 2 to 4 hours. And then we have 5-day cases.
Okay. So were you able to determine what type of case this was in terms of time frame needed for a response?
It's already sent to us, so once we get it, they determine that whether or not it was a 24, so it was a 24.
A 24 meaning you needed to respond within 24 hours?
Yes.
And why was it determined that response time was 24 hours?
That's determined by CICC, which is the State Department, the call center. The timeframes are determined by severity. Normally, if it's anything involving children being home alone, children being abused, imminent danger or presumed impending danger, then we go out within 24 hours. But being that the case came in at 3 a.m., it's natural that you go out in the morning or sometime between like the morning and early afternoon.
Okay. What information did you have in terms of who provided information to defects?
Well, normally that information is undisclosed, it's anonymous,
Why is that?
for the safety of the person that's reporting it.
Okay. So with this case, were you able to determine who the reporter was?
Yes.
And was that reporter's name Wanda Palentz?
Yes.
Okay. And did Ms. Palentz provide defects with any photographs?
No, we didn't have any photographs.
Okay. So what information did you have from her?
Just a phone call. So when you get a case and you have to call the reporting source back to gather more information. So when I spoke to her, she just gave me some of the information that was in the report.
Okay. And what information did she give you?
The children were left home alone. There's a back room where Taiwan is locked for most of the day. The kids are there 12 hours a day. They eat once a day. The home is filthy. He's aggressive. She did inform me that, the children had been hit a couple of times.
Okay. And did she inform you of where he worked?
Yes.
And where did he work?
U-Haul.
Okay. So you had to respond within 24 hours. Do you recall the date of your response?
6/25, June 25th.
Okay. Of 2023?
23.
Okay. And initially, where did you respond? To the home or his job?
To the home. We always go to the home first because we try to get to the children first.
Okay. And when you went to the home, what did you do?
When I went to the home, I knocked on the door. I observed top left above the door, a camera. Knocked on the door. It was Halloween decor on the door. I walked around to the side. I saw that the windows were covered. I walked around to the other side. I knocked on the neighbor's door. They didn't want to. They came to the window, didn't want to respond. Then I contacted APD. I did call the number that we had for Dad, didn't respond. It was 2 separate numbers, called both numbers, no response, so I called APD for assistance.
Okay. And were you able to enter the home from that call?
No, a female officer came out. She stated, she knocked on the door as well. She walked around. She said she did observe the glare, same glare of the TV that I did. She couldn't see the children. The home was dark. And she said it was nothing she could do because we didn't have a warrant.
Okay. And did you leave the home?
Initially, no. I called. Instincts always tells me. I go by my instincts, so I stayed there because I knew the children were in there. So I called our reporting source back. I said, "Is Mr. McWay at work?" She said, "He is at work." I said, "Are you sure the children are there?" She said, "Yes, I'm sure the children are there." So I stood there, I knocked on the door some more. Sometimes, kids will respond to banging. Banged on the door, no response. Tried to get the neighbor again, no response. So then I went to Mr. McWay's job, U-Haul. It's about 6 minutes away.
Okay. And once you arrived there, what did you do?
I introduced myself. It was 2 employees, a female and a male. He was standing, Mr. McWay was behind the counter. I introduced myself. I told him why I was there, and if he wanted to speak in front of his coworker, he said no. We went to the back. He was upset, aggressive. He wanted to close the door. I told him we will not be closing doors today. I asked him where the children were. He didn't want to respond. It took a long time for us to kind of get any type of calm communication because he was very upset that I was there. He stated that the children were with a family friend. So I asked him for the number so we can verify. I explained that I needed to lay eyes on the children because I needed to know that they were alive and safe. That's the whole goal. He told me no. Then he said, "You can see the children at 6. Well, that's hours away. So he said, well, that's the only way. I said, it's not. Finally, he was like, okay, well, you can see them at 2. I said, okay. But me, I'm always trying to, figure some things out. So I said, well, give me the name of, who the children are with. He said, Danielle McFarland. I said, okay. Can I have her number? No number. Okay. So we're going back and forth, and he's just like, well, I've had several defects interaction before. I know my rights. I said, I understand your rights. However, we have children. We have this report. I explained the severity of the report. I said, you as a father, if you want to just disclose their safety or want to ensure that they're safe and just prove to me that they're safe, let's just make this phone call. FaceTime them. Anything.
And when you say make this phone call, were you referring to make the phone call to Danielle McFarland,
Yes.
who is the person you believe the kids were with?
Yes.
Okay.
He refused.
Okay.
So I left. I was like, okay, well, I'll see you at 2:00. I needed to go back to the home because I knew the kids were there.
How did you know that they were there?
Between the reporting source and his response, I'm really big on body language. His response was he immediately looked at his phone, in which the reporting source told me that there's cameras in the home and he watches the children on his phone. So once he looked at his phone, he was behind. He was behind this little desk in the back office, so I couldn't see it. But he kept glancing down, so I was like, okay, he's watching these children. I know I've been doing this for a long time. Mm-hmm. I'm like, okay, Ashia. So I go back to the house. So I'm pacing back and forth because I'm like, I can't breach, that's illegal, but I know they're there. In my mind, I said, he's going to leave work and he's going to come here. However, I need to find some officers that's willing to help me. So I said, okay, I go back to his job because I know that's Fulton County. Fulton County will assist. I used to be a probation officer, so I was like, hey, I used to be a probation officer. Can y'all come help me? So once the police got there, I told them what was going on. It was like, oh, this is sticky because we don't have jurisdiction. I said, but we have kids. I said, you're Fulton County sheriffs, so this is Fulton County. We have kids that are home alone, and we need to get in there. With the severity of the report, we need to find out what's happening. So we're going back and forth. We go back to the home. Well, I go back to the home, then I come back to the job. I was kind of playing cat and mouse.
So at this time, do you go to the home prior to that 2 o'clock meet time?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because y'all had the understanding that he would allow you to see the children at 2 o'clock?
I had the understanding that he would allow me to see the children at 2 o'clock.
What time is it now?
I don't recall the time. I know it's early. When we did get to see the children, it was around 2:47, approximately between 2:40 and 2:50.
Okay.
But as I left his job to go back to his home, as I was waiting for the officers, somehow or another he left because I had spoke to his coworker. I said, "Hey, where did Mr. McWay go?" She's like, "He left," and I knew that.
So you went back to the home.
I went back to the home.
And when you got there, did you see him entering the home?
I saw him entering the home.
Okay. Through the front door or side door?
Front door.
Okay. And around what time was this?
I don't recall that time because I had to run back to the U-Haul place to meet the officers. At the same time, they were calling me, telling me that they were, 2 minutes away. So I was like, okay, good. I saw him go into their house. Then I went back to U-Haul, explain to the respondent officers what was going on, and then we went to his home. Okay. And that part, that was around between 2:40 and 2:50.
So did you approach the door?
Yes.
And did he answer the door?
He answered the door.
And
they told me that to wait back for a second while they talked to him. I was like here, and it was 2 officers and the sergeant, and they were explaining to him, why DFACS wanted to see the children and what was going on, and he was combative, saying that I gave him until 2 o'clock. It's not 2 o'clock. I think he has like 13 more minutes to go, and we were just going back and forth. I said, well, I'm here now. Let me see the kids like right now. I need to see them. I need to see that they are breathing. I need to see that they're alive. I need to see them.
And at this point, law enforcement isn't trying to arrest him or detain him or anything, right? They're just assisting you
on a welfare check.
On a welfare check, okay. So at some point, did he allow you to see the children?
Yes.
And did you, when I say did he allow you, did he consent to you entering the home to see the children?
Yes.
And when you went in the home, was he with you as you were walking around the home?
For the most part, yes.
Okay. And were you guys talking?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you went in the home, what did you see?
Windows were covered with like garbage bags and sheets. There was a couch with a Mickey Mouse blanket. Now, mind you, this is 2 years ago, so I'm going over some things. The children, I observed one of the children sitting on the couch, looking very frail. No shirt on, just a diaper.
Do you recall if that was a boy or a girl?
That was Treasure sitting on the couch. She was looking very frail.
How do you know that was Treasure?
I asked. I always ask each child who you are. Plus, there's 2 boys and a girl.
Okay.
Writings on the wall, like mold. Carpet was stained. It literally, I think it was like 4 TVs upon entry, monitors everywhere, outlets exposed, wiring exposed. It was 95, it felt like 200 degrees in there. But I was told that it was 95 when we checked the temperature.
So you checked the temperature? How?
The officer checked the temperature.
Okay. How did he check the temperature? Did you see him check it?
I think he went to the little thermostat thing, but I was standing there talking to, I was doing an observation, and I was with Mr. McWay.
Okay.
He stated that I said, it's extremely hot in here. Why is it so hot? Where's the air? He was like, it doesn't work. He's been talking to the landlord about fixing it. I was like, well, we can't keep the kids in here. It's hot. And the smell was really, really bad.
Did it smell like?
Feces, mold, mildew, urine. all of the above.
So at this point, you have laid your eyes on Treasure. What about Rodney Jr., the youngest child?
He was walking around. So he was, initially when he came to the door, he was like standing behind his dad, like just standing there. So we had seen him walk down, we saw Treasure. Hadn't seen Rodney Jr. just yet, Taiwan just yet. As the officers are kind of looking around and doing their thing, I need to observe everything in the house. So go down the hall, there's the bathroom, the tub, because I asked, like, where do the children bathe? Because again, that was one of the reports. They don't bathe often, but the stench was bad, and they had on diapers, and you could smell, well, pull-ups, and you could smell it. So I was like, okay, how do they bathe? The sink was clean, everything was in order, but the tub, he said that the water didn't work or it was shaky. He was having a lot of landlord issues, but the tub was filled with like rust, mold, and dirt. And I was like, okay. Then we go to the back, all the beds are made, everything. From the untrained eye, everything looks fine, except this is a very impoverished family. Dad, who's doing the best he can, that, you know, from the untrained eye, but you see little things.
So at some point, where did you think Taiwan was?
I thought he was in the back room because that's what the reporting source said, the back room.
Okay. And did you go to the back room?
Went to the back room. The door was slightly ajar. He was in there, and then he said, let me show you something. Let me tell you something. This is how I have my kids trained. He pulled the door, pulled out a key, unlocked the door. Taiwan was there. He snapped his finger and pointed to the floor. Taiwan sat on the floor. So I said to him, I said, this is animalistic. He's like, are you judging me? I said, my job is not to judge you. My job is to ensure safety, permanency, and well-being. But the fact that you snapped and pointed to the floor and your child sat on the floor, that's how we train animals. So then he got up.
Let me back you up. You said that was the door ajar or was the door locked?
The door was initially ajar. Mm-hmm. He pulled it shut. Then he's like, let me show you. That's when he said, let me show you something. And he took the key out, opened the door. And, you know, he was in there. Taiwan was in there.
So he closed the door, locked it, unlocked it, opened it.
I guess when you close it, it locks. I'm not too sure, but he pulled out his key, unlocked it, and then opened it. And, you know, Taiwan he wouldn't move unless his dad said move. So when I was trying to talk to him.
Did his dad say move or he?
Initially, his dad just snapped his finger and pointed to the floor.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So then, you know, when we started talking, we were like, well, we need to get the kids out of here. Like you can't just have him sitting in the room. But I did ask why he separated the children.
Okay. And how do you know that the children were separated?
Well, Taiwan was in the back room. From the reporting source, they said he keeps the oldest child in the back room. Okay. So when I addressed that, because every single part of the report has to be addressed. So when I asked him why he kept Taiwan in the back room, he stated that.
Well, don't answer that question. But he was able to provide an answer.
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And so what did you do next?
I contacted my supervisor to inform her that RT is what we call response time was met. So all the children, the condition of the children, the condition of the home, the attitude, and the aggression that was being shown by Mr. McWay. I let her know that the officers were there, and however, I don't feel comfortable leaving the children in the home because it's hazardous. And I needed to contact mom. I asked her to, check to see if we had any working phone numbers for mom, in which we didn't. Then I called Miss Wanda and asked if, there was anybody willing to assist if in the event.
So let me stop you. At this point, did the defendant tell you when he was at work at U-Haul where the children were or who they were with?
Yes.
Who did he say that they were with?
Miss McFarland.
And did you ever speak with Miss McFarland?
Yes.
And did Ms. McFarland tell you whether or not she had been keeping the kids?
She said she did not have the children.
Now, were you eventually, at this point in the process, did you speak with the defendant about allowing you to take the kids?
Yes,
And why did you tell him that that was important?
due to the safety and the nature of what was going on in the home.
Okay. And did you explain to him if you were trying to remove them permanently or temporarily, or what did you explain to him about the specifics of the removal?
Due to the condition of the home, that we needed to remove the children and put them someplace safe for the duration of the case so we can sort things out. We can get services. Let's talk to mom.
Did you offer any services to
Yes.
the defendant?
Yes.
What type of services did you offer to him?
Parenting, the fatherhood program.
What is the fatherhood program?
The fatherhood program is all things fatherhood. They do a parental fitness assessment. They do a financial assessment. They basically teach fathers how to be single dads, find better employment. They do counseling. They have financial assistance. Most importantly, they give them guidance because, you know, as single parents, sometimes you need assistance. You need to know how to walk that path. Mm-hmm. So that's what they do. They help with like legitimization. If you need DNA, they help with things like that. Okay. They get you connected with if you need better housing, things like that.
Did you offer any other services like food assistance?
Yes, I'm informed him that we do have programs that will help with rental assistance, food assistance, utility bills, things like that.
And did he agree to accept any of these services?
Yes.
Okay. And did he at some point change his mind about accepting those services?
Yes.
Okay. When did that happen?
After he came to the office, he didn't want to accept the services. I can't tell you why.
Okay. So let's back up. Let's not get to the office yet. So eventually, did he agree to allow you to remove the children?
Yes.
And did you make contact with the mother of the children?
Yes.
Now, earlier you said that the fatherhood program helps with the legitimation process. Mm-hmm. Explain to the jurors what the legitimation process is, and how it's done.
So the legitimization process starts with DNA testing. You have to get both parents tested or the parent and child tested to see if they are a match, 0% to 100% or 99 point whatever percentage. Once that is established, then it's a petition, a legitimization petition that's filed with the court independently of defects. And that's where the fatherhood program would come in if he would have accepted that. And they file the petition to go to the court, come into court, and the judge, legalizes the child. So the parents can both have their rights as being parents.
So in the state of Georgia, if parents are not married when a child is born, who does the law consider to be the parent with all of the rights?
The mother.
And how does a father get rights as a parent if he's not married to the mother at the time of the birth of the child?
You get legitimized. You have to go get your DNA done. You have to do.
So you have to go through that legitimation process.
Yes.
And unless and until you've gone through that process, as a father, you don't have any rights to the children at all.
No. If you're on the birth certificate, that can be a catch-22. But primarily, it's the mom.
Okay. The mom as the person who has custody or all the rights to the child. Mm-hmm. Okay. And is that even if a mother says to the father, you can keep the kids?
Well, that's an agreement. That's, that you become the physical custodian.
But that's an agreement between the two parties.
Right.
And that still doesn't give the father any legal rights, correct?
Right. Not for in the eyes of the defense.
Okay. And did you explain this to the defendant?
I did.
Okay. And did that let's see. So did Passion give you authority to take the children from the home?
Yes.
As well. And who took the children from the home, physically took them to take care of them?
His coworker,
Okay. Do you recall her name?
Jada.
Jada. Okay. And did Passion give you permission to or authority to give the children to Jada?
Yes.
And was it your understanding that at some point Passion was going to come to Georgia and get the kids?
Yes.
Where was Passion when this was going on?
In Maryland.
How do you know that?
By contacting her, by speaking to Dad. She said she was in Maryland.
Okay. And do you know if she in fact came to Georgia to get the kids? When did she come to Georgia?
June 26th of 2023.
Was that the next day?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did she take the children back to Maryland with her?
Yes.
Now, where did Passion get the kids when she came to Georgia to take custody of her children? Where was that pickup or handoff from Jada giving the children to Passion?
The defects office, my office.
Okay, at your office?
Yes.
And did the defendant show up at your office as well?
Yes.
On that same day, June 26th?
Yes.
Did he have an appointment to be there?
No.
When he arrived, did he tell you why he was there?
He wanted a little bit more clarity on what was happening.
Okay.
And he wanted to ensure that his kids were, in fact, with Mom and going back to Maryland.
Okay. So he wanted to know exactly where they would be? Mm-hmm. And were you able to provide that information to him?
I informed him that they were with Mom. I could not let him know if they were going back to Maryland or not. That would be a conversation with Mom.
Okay. Now, on that day, June 25th, 2023, when you went to the home, you were accompanied by law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
And law enforcement was wearing body cam, correct?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to review that body camera footage from that day?
Yes.
And are you in that footage?
Yes.
And based on what you saw in the review of the body cam footage, is that an accurate depiction of what happened while you were at the home with law enforcement?
Yes.
Any changes to that footage?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender Exhibit 39 into evidence.
Any objections?
Objection as to cumulative.
Any response?
Yes, Your Honor. The video, in addition to showing what physically happened and what the witness has testified to, it also provides other details and evidence that is seen but that cannot be heard through the testimony. In other words, you observe how hot it is because you actually see on the video people sweating. You see one of the officers with a bottle of water and Rodney Jr. walking up to that officer pointing at the water, trying to get the water. So there are things that you can see in the video that has not been testified to on direct examination by the witness.
The court will overrule the objection. The video will be placed into evidence over the objections of the defendant, and you can publish it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Marshall, which exhibit is this? What exhibit number is this?
39.
fast forward to 30 seconds, the 30-second mark.
One of the children is alive. The reporting source told us, like, she's in constant contact. So the reporting source, we can't tell him, but the reporting source is the mother of his manager, and that's how they found out. Then he had a person that they known to rent a room from him. So she was like, the kids are locked up in that room. 19,
How you doing?
Hey, fine, man.
How you doing? All right, so DFAX wants to speak to you about some things. All right.
I said 2 o'clock. It's 1:46.
Are the children here?
Yes, they are here. They just came back. I said 2 o'clock. You give me till 2 o'clock. Thank you. That's what the beginning was, right?
No,
2
no, no.
o'clock.
So I'm here now. So I need to see them
Exactly.
now.
And you said 2
I
o'clock.
need to see them now, sir.
Are you going to see them now and leave? Because that's what you said.
I have to see the kids. I have to look inside the home.
You said 2 o'clock.
Sir,
All right, here's the deal, man. So the way DFAX works is they build the case. It's not like this is an overnight thing.
Okay.
They do some things. They need to do things on their end. And the faster they get the stuff done, the faster all of us are out of your hair. And we can all go about our day.
Cool. I'll see you finish.
And you're welcome.
yeah, Ella. You have a record in here?
There's nothing in here illegal. There's nothing in here, nothing. I just came back. Rodney Jr. There must be something I can make some girls feel better. What shortcut? I'm still. Get ready.
How you doing?
What you need to do is
That's why I can see
You guys all right?
I can just tell you my beliefs, and I can tell you what I told you as far as my investigation. We were told about these rooms right here. The children were home alone. I asked you where the children were. You refused to tell me where the children were. I asked you who the children were with. You refused to tell me who the children were with. So then they're on the clock. What's up?
You know, Grant County, y'all should know.
Yep.
Hey man, you have no AC in here? It just broke. When I turn it on, that's another thing.
You see the kitchen?
Tenant issue, and the landlord refuses to really fix things. So when you turn the air on, the air doesn't come on. It leaks everywhere. And I told the landlord about it. They have not done anything about it. I turn the air on, that it leaks and everything. So this is a landlord-tenant issue. No, not the landlord. No, we have yet to do nothing about it. So this is my condition.
Can you give me
I got you. I'm gonna get it right now.
you said they were with another car, right?
Pick it up. 6, 7, 8. Look all that up. I'm gonna get my name and address. That's all I'm trying to trace. Just stop right there. She's the one that she's the one. That's about 5%. Hey, Bud, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. My God.
It is well trained.
So what, give me a little background on the case and where you guys are now.
Well, this is our initial. We got the report last night.
Okay.
This is the third time we tried to come out here.
Okay.
And at this point, we're like, we needed to know where the kids were. We needed to get in here. Now that we know that they were home alone, this might be a deprivation. He's saying that they weren't, that they were with her. She's the one that called her mother, so he wouldn't know that she reported it.
So we can confirm the kids were home alone?
Yeah. We'll call her back. Ooh, ants crawling on me.
Oh, I just got bit by a bunch of ants. I'm not doing this again.
No, she doesn't want to get in trouble.
Damn, there's ants everywhere.
Yeah. Yes, you see, I got bit earlier because I was here.
Did you see the stovetop?
Yeah, I have to take pictures of every single thing in there.
Bathroom.
It's not cameras set up, but it's a trap
Everywhere.
house.
That's easy. I was here earlier.
So I'm guessing B is all upstairs, A is down.
Yeah. And B didn't want to talk to me.
No, because Fulton County's got the case, so it's really on us.
And I saw him like, hey, this is what you're talking. So I called your daughter, and he's stating that the kids were with him. But now your daughter doesn't want to answer the phone because she knows that I'm involved. can you call her and let her know that she's part of the investigation because he just implicated her as having her kids when he wasn't there. So she needs to call me or answer her phone. Or can you call her?
She's right here. She's a child because she can watch his kids. That's why she won't say nothing. She doesn't.
So can I speak to? Ma'am, this is Corporal Brown with the Fulton County Police Department. Okay, so I guess DFACS has the whole case. They got the report.
I mean, didn't they go in the house? How could the kids be with my daughter? He came to treat her, and she just had off today. She's been working all week.
Yeah, so I just got here, so I don't know the whole rundown of everything. This was just told to me. We were told to come here. The way it works, in order for us to charge him, we just need somebody to say, he's alleging, I guess, somebody had his kids while he was at work
saying
earlier.
that my daughter is a manager.
Okay, so in order for us to make charges, we need that to be said, because we can't just charge him off of...
She won't say it.
Well, then...
She won't say it. She's standing right here. She won't take the file.
Well, the problem is then we're just going to have to end up leaving. There's not much we can do. And I don't mean to be rude or blunt about it, but if she doesn't say anything.
Can you let her know?
Go in the house and say, I thought it's a little boy in the back room. I think that little boy is in danger, and somebody should go in there and get him and find out why he's locked up in that bedroom. He's 5 years old, and he's been back there moaning.
Okay, so.
Shit, fucked up. I hate working kid cases, bro. This shit gets always. And now he's answer biting me.
Yeah. Doesn't say anything. You can't do anything.
Other than that, you guys are going to be involved in the next case.
So she doesn't want it. Why would you report it?
Who's going to do the radio?
It is hot.
Yeah.
You're welcome. 1223. Coming on 1-818. We'll be at 1820 Falcon Drive, California. Do you read about the street name? Or you think
She's a child care provider. The mom is a child care provider, which means I would have to implicate her as being a mandated reporter, as knowing that the children are in danger.
from you made it out, we're from Ford.
That's fine.
Appreciate you doing it.
Hello. Can I ask you a question?
Hold on.
I know the one with the kid. No. So have you ever seen these kids playing out? Like 2, 4, 5. These are brown skin kids with box. I ain't seen him in a minute. I know what you're talking about. He used to drive a brown truck. I told you the brown truck pulled up when I was leaving and he got out. I saw him go into the house.
Did you see any kids get dropped off?
I didn't know. I know my son played with the
kids that stay next
The
door.
next door ones.
But I ain't seen no kids over there in a minute. You probably
Well,
it's been a minute. Okay. Since the lady was staying with him. Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Hey man, so I'm gonna be real blunt with you. I'll be as 100 as I can. So there's multiple witnesses saying that you were not here when the kids were here. So it's better to be honest before you start lying, because when you start lying, that is also against the law. So from me to you, man up, own up to your shit, and that's it. Because I'm not trying to make any more. This is a defect thing. This has nothing to do with police. We don't want to make it a police thing, because then people go to jail. So I highly suggest you answer her questions honestly before we have to get involved.
Okay, so I answer her question honestly.
Because nobody saw the kids get dropped off. They saw you get out and come here, and no kids were there.
Yes, who said that? I just came here.
And where were the kids, man?
With Danielle.
Man, I don't know.
Exactly. I'm U-Haul employee.
Yeah.
Danielle is manager of U-Haul.
Okay.
When D-Fax came to the U-Haul job, she asked me, where the kids? I said, they are with someone. She's going to say I didn't tell her. No, I told her. I said, they are with someone. Okay. And she said to me, I asked her, 6 o'clock. She said no. So we were in agreement for 2 o'clock. That's why I said we wanted to come in, but the agreement between me and her was 2 o'clock. I just spoke with her. She said, I need to lay eyes on the kids, and I'll make sure your house at 2 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock. She laid eyes on the kids. I don't understand what's the problem.
Man, this is an them thing. I'm just giving you the information that came to me, and then I go give the information to them.
Exactly. And I just came here. She was not here when I got here. No, she was not.
Which was earlier when you first spoke
No,
to her.
it was right after I talked to her. Sorry for the yelling, but after she just came and talked to me at U-Haul,
okay,
I called Danielle. I said, can you bring the kids home? She said, okay. Brought them home. I'm home. Here, boom. There was nobody outside. So you saying there's nobody outside. There was no neighbors outside.
By me saying there was nobody, I'm just giving you what
Exactly. She's going to tell you that nobody was here. I'm going to tell you. She has no reason. Exactly. Do I? We don't know. Exactly. You don't listen. Listen what she's telling us one thing, they're telling us another. Exactly. She has no reason to lie to us. She's trying to build a case on you. Exactly. You're trying to say it exactly. I'm saying she said you're not here. Yeah. She said that there was nobody here with the kids. Nobody dropped them off. It was.
Here's one thing to kill all of this, is that you have somebody to confirm the kids were with them.
Exactly.
So do you have a...
Danielle McFarland. Call Danielle McFarland.
Can you call her? I don't know who Danielle. I'm just... She knows Danielle McFarland?
She was calling her. Ask her to call Danielle. Ask her to speak to
Who's Danielle McFarland?
She's the manager over there.
Was she there when we were there? He said the kids were with Danielle McFarland.
She wasn't in.
Real adamant about that. Oh, Danielle McFarland's...
Okay, I understand that he's scared, but why would he say you watched the children? That's still no excuse to put you in it. That's what I'm saying. You didn't watch it.
2.3 point.
Pausing the video at 19 minutes and 50 seconds. Ms. Hawkins, at this point, who are you speaking with on the phone?
Ms. McFarland.
And why are you speaking with Ms. McFarland?
Because he stated that she was watching the children. I was trying to get her to just tell the police that she was not watching the children. and she and I continued to converse. She was afraid to say anything. He said she has Daniel McFarland's phone number. She can call her. So I did that. You instructed me to do that. I did that.
And once you called her, was she able to confirm that she was not watching the kids during the time he said she was?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Fast forwarding to. And at this point, is the defendant still maintaining that the children were with Danielle McFarland?
Yes.
Did this, did the agreement.
50 minutes and 53.
It was like it was for DFAC's money. This was y'all money.
We don't, okay, defense
Y'all
and
want
stuff
it.
like that. Defense,
Hey, just listen, man. Just listen.
defense is not gonna accept this. And if we, Mr. McWay,
They're telling me something that they
please
did.
listen to what I'm saying. She may have, Rodney, she may have had you write this, right? And that's fine. But when we get to the legality of everything, there's no judge. Like right now, if I call my judge is going to tell me, Mom has absolute custody. I know this.
Because
I'm
you're not
trying to explain.
married.
You're not married. The kids never had you never had a blood test to legitimize the children, which makes their mother
The
primary custodian. Because they're here with you, they're the primary.
In the video at 51:43. At this point, Ms. Hawkins, what are you talking about with the defendant?
Legitimization. The fact that we were at this point we were trying to explain to him that the children needs to be removed from the home. We were trying to explain to him that Mom had already Mom is saying this is okay. We're saying
Mom
that
is saying, I'm sorry.
Mom is saying
Is Mom
that,
telling you it's okay for you to take the kids?
yes.
Okay. And when he is arguing that he has rights to the kids, what is he referring to? What paper is he showing you?
That was a written notice, he said, from one of his previous cases, stating that the case manager and the mom, gave him custody. But that's impossible because we don't give custody to anybody.
Right. So what he's trying to show you to prove that he has rights to the kids, is that valid?
No,
And are you able to explain to him why it's not valid?
not really. It took a long time.
Try to.
Yes.
Okay. And during this conversation, is there a conversation about food stamps?
Yes.
And did he tell you whether or not he had food stamps?
He stated that he just got them. Prior to that, he didn't have any. When I asked him before, when we talked about food, he was like, I don't get food stamps. Then here in the home, he stated that he did just receive his food stamps.
Okay. And what does that mean to receive food stamps?
You've been approved. And
What?
EBT for food stamps, monies allocated for food for the children.
Okay. And even if he did have food stamps for the children, that still doesn't give him legal custody or legal rights to the children. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Also, in this video, we see a female standing there. Do you know who that lady is?
His supervisor.
Okay. And at that point, do you know why she's in the video?
She is there to assist in trying to keep him calm, trying to help with the children. She was trying to mediate the situation.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And Your Honor, we're going to fast forward to. Fast forward. Maybe right there. No. Why are you talking? playing at the 1 hour, 6 minute mark. Stopping the video at 1 hour and 7 seconds and fast forwarding a little bit to
7 minutes.
the 1 hour, 11 minute mark. And pausing here. So in this video, which child is this? Do you know?
It looks like, I can't really see, but it looks like Taiwan, maybe?
Okay. And were you there when he came out of the room?
Yes.
Did he come out on his own or did someone go and get him?
His father told him to come.
Okay. And when he came out, did he go straight to the kitchen?
No, he was just kind of following his dad. The police were talking to his dad, and then he kind of wandered off. They were looking for juice, water, anything for the kids because they kept whining.
Okay. And once they were given juice or water, did they stop whining, or what did they do? What did the children do after that?
Well, the officer went and got food, so they were kind of outside, but they were just kind of like, it was hard to understand them. Their voice was raspy. It wasn't, legible. They were like wah wah. So we knew they wanted water. But they were just kind of like sitting there. They wanted to play, run and play. You could tell they were hot and exhausted. They really didn't do much. If dad was around, they would glance at dad, but it wasn't really much they were doing.
What about Treasure? Was Treasure able to speak?
No.
Was she able to make sounds?
Yes.
Can you describe the sounds she made?
Verbally?
Yes.
She's whoa, 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 whoa. That's how she was talking. I asked her, I knew she couldn't communicate well, but I have to ask these questions like, are you okay? I'm sorry. I normally don't break down. And then she looked at her father. Her brother went to hug her. Thank you. And she just sat there. She tried to stand up. Then she just sat down. She was just trying to get herself together. When she did get herself together, all of them, they ate so fast. It was like they hadn't eaten in so long. And then she sat outside. After that, they kind of played around in the yard. But when they first went outside, they kind of like blocked the light, blocked the sunlight. Like, you know how you're not exposed to certain things for a long time, especially sun. So I was like, okay, as a mom, you recognize that. As a mom, as soon as I went in there, I recognized that. But also as an investigator, I recognized the signs, like these kids hadn't had sunlight if kids go outside, you see tan lines. If kids go outside, their eyes instantly adjust to sun, just like an adult. But that wasn't the case. It took them a minute to kind of get themselves acclimated to outside.
And earlier you said it was hot inside. Were you sweating while you were in the home?
Oh yeah, I took off my hat. I was fanning myself. I kept going outside because it was too hot. I was getting dizzy in the house because it was so hot, and there was no air, and the stench was too strong. So the heat and the stench together just caused fatigue, I guess. I don't know.
Restarting the video at 1 hour and 11 minutes and 51 seconds. And pausing the video at the 1 minute 12 second mark. Are you fanning there because of the heat?
Yes.
Okay. And what about the other officers? Did you observe them sweating or fanning or drinking?
Yes.
Okay. And was the whole time that you were at the home recorded on body cam?
When the officers were there, they go out. I mean, we were just kind of, I was doing my thing as an investigator. They're doing their thing.
Okay. Now, you can stop sharing. So when you, let's fast forward to the next day after the children had been removed. And Passion showed up to get the kids. Mm-hmm. Did you explain to Passion what would happen next in the process?
Yes.
Or was the process over at this point?
No.
What were the next steps?
She was to take the children to CHOA, Hugh Spalding, to get them medically cleared anytime we remove children from a home, whether it be for safety plan or deprivation, which is judge's orders. Their children are medically cleared, especially in the severity of what was going on. Explained to her that the case would not be closed. I was calling in a case in Maryland to inform them that we have an open case here and we need a welfare check done there, so the case will be open there in conjunction with what we have going on here. She needed to provide like the safety support, her safety support system at home, which was, she said her mother, I think it was her mother, her sister, and her cousin. I did advise, she said that she was frightened, she was scared. So I said, you need to get a TPO if you feel like he's gonna be violent towards you and the children.
What's a TPO?
Temporary protective order or restraining order. And she stated that she would go ahead and try to do that.
So let me pause you there. Was it her plan to return to Maryland with the kids?
Yes.
And she was still afraid knowing that she would be leaving the state?
Yes.
Did she explain to you why she was still afraid even if she would be leaving the state?
Yes.
What was her explanation?
He had beaten her up very badly on numerous occasions, and he knew where her family lived.
Okay. So, to your knowledge, did she take the kids and go back to Maryland? Okay. And at some point, did you get a call back from Passion about the children?
Yes.
What did she say?
He had taken the children he had brought the children back to Georgia. He came, got the children from her, and brought them back to Georgia.
Do you recall when she called to tell you that?
July 6th. We had been speaking prior to that. She had called and said he was there. And then I noted on July 6th that she said that he had now returned to Georgia with the children.
And did you have any concerns about that?
Yes.
Why?
Took the children from him for a reason. I knew, I don't know if I can say this, but for me, the children were going to die. Why did you think that? They weren't being fed. You could tell the children were scared. The home was hazardous. I mean, you have exposed wiring in the bathroom, near water, near the sink. He's aggressive. They're home for hours on end without water, without anything. So I would die in inclement weather of 95 degrees. I'm pretty sure any one of you are able to self-protect. These are vulnerable children. They can't do anything for themselves at all. Nothing. They can't change their diapers. They poop on themselves for hours at a time. That's bacteria infection. Anything, an infection could cause sepsis. You can die within 8 hours of sepsis, but you're not home for 12. So when you're thinking like that, and then you have like these little kids who, going back to the same weather, that it's all over the news. Don't leave dogs in cars. Don't leave children in cars. You know, open your doors, lift up your windows, something. You can go into cardiac arrest just from heat alone. So if they didn't die from hunger, they're gonna die from heat stroke. I mean, and then I think it was Tawan who has epilepsy. What if he has a seizure and you're not home? So all these things are running through my mind. I'm like, they are going, somebody, one of these kids are not gonna make it. Something has to be done.
And how did you react when you learned that Treasure didn't make it?
That was hard. I told him I was gonna quit. I took off, I think about a week. I was upset. I told my previous director, I went into his office. I said, "Are you happy?" And he asked me, "What are you talking about?" I said, "As a person, you failed. Morally, you failed. And as a department, we failed. I work for the department, so I can't exclude myself. But my thing is, I said, we had an obligation. Every case manager is different. I know that, right? But to me, the history with this family, what you saw, even if you didn't want to look at anybody else's documentation but mine, you've heard me say this countless times. I've gone to you. I told you what was going to happen. I said, I don't have faith in you right now, because several other case managers could have done the same exact thing that I did. I didn't leave until I got them out. So every case manager is expected to do the same thing, because we all have, we take an oath. We go to training to ensure the same thing, safety of children. Just because you can't reach them doesn't mean that you're supposed to stop. And the fact that you allowed previous case managers to stop, it disgusts me, because now we have a child that's no longer here that could have been okay had you listened, had you not told me you're doing too much, had you told the next case manager, do too much, but instead you fell short. So I was disgusted. I was emotional. I mean, I'm still angry. Every day I contemplate whether I want to stay. Every day I think about Treasure. And I work for DFACS. We see a lot of death. But when it's something that you know, you predict, you visualize, you can see, you walk through it, it does something different to you.
So, in your opinion, Treasure's death was preventable?
Yes, 100%.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Hawkins, I want to go back to June of 2023 when you the department received the call. So the body cam, all of the things you described when you got to the home and met with Rodney, that all took place on June 25th of 2023?
Yes.
And so the call came in sometime in the early hours of that morning?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were responding to the call, it had I think a 24-hour, you said there's 24-hour, some more hours a week, based on severity and things like that. But it was basically the call came in the morning. You went out that morning to the address of the home?
Yes.
Okay. And you described banging on the doors and nobody opened the door, correct?
Correct.
And you say that you next went to the U-Haul facility?
Yes.
And that's where you encountered Rodney for the first time?
Yes.
Okay. And it was at that time that y'all came to a type of agreement that you would meet him at the house at 2 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. He, at some time, based on all the information that you had, left the U-Haul business, correct?
Correct.
And that was before you had left?
No.
'Cause somebody told you that he had left, correct?
Someone told me he did leave.
Okay. And you say you didn't see him leave, right?
No.
Okay. And when you got to the house on Renfrew Court, he was already there?
He was going into the home.
Okay. So he was already there and going into the home when you got there?
Which time? Because I went back and forth. So after I spoke to him at U-Haul, I went back to the home just to be observant. I went back to U-Haul.
Okay.
That's when I spoke to his coworker who said he wasn't there. I went back.
Okay. So it's the third time that you were there that day.
And I observed him going into the home.
Okay. So I'm going to the home. And you didn't see how he arrived, correct?
I saw a brown truck that was there that was pulling off the same time I was pulling up.
Okay.
Which is the same truck that was at U-Haul, parked at U-Haul.
Okay. A brown truck. Mm-hmm. Did you see a gold Yukon in that video that we watched parked on the street?
A gold Yukon? I don't recall.
Okay. But you say you saw a brown truck that pulled off, and you think you saw a brown truck that was somewhere parked.
It wasn't deep brown. It was kind of light brown from what I can recall. But my focus was on not the truck that was leaving because it's a residential street, but my focus is on him entering the home.
So the truck was leaving the street when you were getting there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But Rodney was going in the house? Okay. So the significance of those things combined, do you think somebody picked him up from the U-Haul dealership and had dropped him off?
I can't attest to that. Only thing I can attest to is that I saw him going into the home.
Okay. But you're talking about the brown truck. The brown truck left the U-Haul, you saw that.
I can make an inference. I can't attest to it.
Okay. But I'm asking you about the inference that you're making.
Mm-hmm. One can infer that the same colored truck was at the U-Haul place.
Okay.
Was the same colored truck that was leaving the residential area.
Okay.
However, we have trucks like that. You have several colors of different trucks. I can attest to seeing him enter the home.
Okay. So you attested to seeing him enter the home, and you, at that time, were accompanied by some officers from Fulton County Police Department, correct?
No, I was not accompanied by them when I saw him enter the home. I went back to U-Haul.
Okay. So we went to the address the first time. That was you responding to the call. Mm-hmm. And then you went to the U-Haul dealership and you talked to Rodney. Mm-hmm. And then you went back to the home. Mm-hmm. And when you went back to the home that time, you were just observing, or you tried to knock on the door again, or which one was it?
I was observing. I was listening. I was knocking on the door because I know the children were there. And I attempted the second time to get the neighbors to answer any questions, because that's what I do. I'm an investigator. So therefore, I spoke to as the neighbors were walking out, they were like, I don't want to have any conversation.
Okay. And then you went back to the U-Haul dealership. And that's when we see the truck, some shade of brown, it left. Okay. And then we went back to the address and we saw Rodney going into the door. Okay. And then you say that you left again?
Yes.
Okay. And you went back to the U-Haul dealership?
Yes.
Okay. And then is that where you met with Fulton County PD the first
Yes.
time? Okay. And then you went back to the house again with Fulton County PD?
Yes.
Okay. And so that is where the interaction that we saw in the video takes place, where those officers and you were standing outside the door and Mr. McWay is standing in the doorway. Okay. Now, you had described that the home was very hot, correct?
Yes.
And that it smelled bad, correct?
Yes.
And you had made mention of the bathroom as being that the sink and things were ordered, but the tub was gross, correct?
Correct.
And that elsewhere in the house, like there was like beds made and things kind of put away, into what you described as the untrained eye, it looked like things had been, I guess, ordered or orderly.
Right.
Okay. Now, the state asked you some questions about legitimation, physical custody, legal custody, things like that. And you had described that where the dad is not married to the mother, but signs the birth certificate, that's kind of a catch-22. And I would ask that you, I guess.
So, defects, catch-22. When the dad signs the birth certificate, we can say, okay, this is the putative father, the father who the mom has named to be the dad. However, when we place a child, we still want to know that they are the dad. We can't say, oh, we're going to give you this child, and then mom says, but these are my kids. That's not the legal dad. That's just somebody that I mean, that's not the father. That's just somebody that decided to sign the birth certificate. So for us, in the event that we have to do a removal, the judge requires DNA. The judge requires legitimization. So we have a process.
Okay. So they showed part of the video where Mr. McWay's, doing some papers about what happened with a prior interaction with DFACS. And you had looked back into the history of that address and some of the children involved as it pertains to your department. And you're aware that DFACS at a time prior to this had petitioned a court for the removal of the children from the house, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that petition for removal was denied, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so was that to your understanding, is that what Rodney was trying to tell you, is like somebody already tried to take the children away from me, but they Are you aware of a DFACS case or child protective? I don't know the name of the department in Maryland, but your sister department in Maryland, did a case get opened up there for these children?
No, the case did not get opened. It was called in. The case wasn't open. The children were no longer there.
Okay. But the children went with their mother on June the 26th, correct? So the case was called into Maryland there about that time?
Yes.
Okay. And by the time that, you're saying by July 6th or thereabouts is when the case still was not open at that time?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So July 6th, it's on that day that you become aware that the children are not with the mother in Maryland?
No, mom had called me previously and stated that he was there and trying to take the kids on July 6th. That's when I got a call and stated that he had actually taken the children and brought them back. They were literally here in Georgia on July 6th.
That they were here, we knew they were here in Georgia on July 6th, is what I'm to understand.
This is what Mom stated.
Is what Mom said. Okay. She said she knew the children were in Georgia on July 6th. And you say prior to July 6th, you got another call from her saying that he's trying to take the kids.
Yes.
And what day was that?
It was a few days later, approximately, maybe the 28th. I know I missed a few calls on the 27th, 28th due to me taking off, being up during my on-call weekend in this case. So I had to go off of the July 6th when the children arrived here. It's nothing that we can do before a child is in Georgia. We have no jurisdiction to do anything outside of contact. Give parents advice to contact their local law enforcement, file missing children's report, contact your local defects.
Okay. So it is sometime June 27th, 28th, 29th, somewhere in there is when you say Passion is calling you in particular, or just defects?
Me, because I was point of contact.
Okay. And she's like, he's trying to take the kids. And at that time, you don't have any conversations with any of the folks in Maryland, law enforcement, DFACS or Child Protective Services, anything like that, to say, this is the situation here in Georgia, so y'all know.
We did do a verification. Well, I did do a verification. Not a verification, a call, and they stated that they had not opened a case and they had not sent anyone to the home.
Okay. You say that you called that in basically contemporaneous with when you got that first call from Passion? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And so she calls back on July 6th and said the kids are in Georgia.
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, the kids are in Georgia, and your department has said that the home that they were in was unfit for them to be in, correct?
Right.
And then I know that you described a conversation that you had after December of 2023, and in hindsight of where, there's now a failure of what has happened here, but what was done on July 6th and going forward, knowing that Mr. McWay had the kids, and y'all are saying that they should be with their mother in Maryland?
So although I was the on-call investigator, July 6th, when I got the call stating that the children were here, I immediately went to my then supervisor, informed her that the children were here. Our case had not closed, so it was going to go to a regular investigator, which is a regular day team, to do a follow-up. Also, I informed my previous admin, that the children were here and they were in danger. I informed my previous program director that the children were here and that the children were in danger. I informed any and everybody that would listen that a case manager needs to go out and check the home.
Okay. And that is your involvement in that case, and to your knowledge, do you have any knowledge of what steps were taken
Afterwards?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
I did attempt to call Mr. McWay. Mr. McWay blocked my calls.
Okay. So you I guess did a couple things. You told people in your department you were trying to make sure that the people who got assigned the case had the information that you had, right?
Yes, essentially. But when you talk to your admin and your director, those are the people that can make a little bit more noise than you can.
And so those are the people that you talk to, right? Okay. And so that you did on part one, what you can do within the ambit or your job, responsibilities. And then there is the part where you had his phone number and you called him and he had blocked your phone number, correct?
Right.
I just need one moment from you, Ms. Hawkins, just to double check if I have any more questions for you.
Okay.
Anything on redirect?
No, Your Honor.
So I want to thank you for coming in today. You are officially excused. which means you get to leave the building or you may remain in the courtroom. It's your choice.
Okay, thank you.
Gonna break for lunch and return at
they can't retaliate against her for real. Cause you'd be her attorney. Also, can you let the cameraman know Jada don't want to be on camera? I didn't tell her about it, but I already know she's not going to. Not you got the 41 paper plate. Oh, okay. I was supposed to say that. Oh, I
Wait a minute, Mr. Mackey, are you ready? All right, thank you. Everyone may be seated. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Jada Pearson.
Turn and face me. Raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You can take your seat. For the record, state your full name and spell. You might close. There you go.
Okay.
That's good.
Jada Marie Pearson, JadaMariePearson.
Good afternoon, Ms. Pearson. How are you today?
I'm good. How you doing?
Thank you for being here. I want to just ask you a few preliminary questions. Where are you from?
Originally?
Yes.
Ohio.
Ohio. And how long have you lived in Georgia?
Going on 3 years now?
3?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you employed?
Yes, ma'am.
Where do you work?
At U-Haul.
Which location?
On Fulton Industrial.
Okay. And who is your manager there?
Danielle McFarland is the GM.
Okay. And what's your role there?
I'm the assistant manager.
And how long have you been the assistant manager?
A year and 6 months, okay. I want to believe.
And as an assistant manager, what are some of your responsibilities?
Running the store when Danielle's not there, making sure, employees are good, making sure the customers are taken care of, and everything is running the way it's supposed to.
Okay. And is one of the employees there Rodney McWay?
He was.
And how who was working there first, you or Rodney McWay?
Rodney.
Okay. Do you know how long he had been working there before you got there?
I believe I started like either a month or two after him.
Okay. So you both started around the same time?
Yeah, he started like a month before me.
Okay. And did you work the same shift or different shifts?
Pretty much the same shifts.
Do you know how many days a week he worked?
I want to say maybe 4, if I'm not mistaken. I can't really recall.
Okay. And do you recall what his hours were?
Yeah, it was like from 11 to 7.
And what was his responsibility there?
He was a housekeeper.
Okay. And as a housekeeper, what are some of the duties he had to perform?
Clean out some of the storages when we needed it. He blew the parking lot and the stairwells and cleaned in the storage areas and the bathrooms.
Now, were you guys cordial outside of work?
Yeah, we said hey, we conversated.
Okay. And were you aware that he had children?
Yes.
And how many children were you aware?
That I knew of, 3.
Okay. And I want to call your attention to June 25th of 2023.
Mm-hmm.
Were you working at U-Haul that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working there when a DFAX worker arrived to the store asking to speak with the defendant?
I wasn't there up front. I think I was in storage somewhere doing something else. But I did get wind that she was there.
Okay. And did you see the two of them talking?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that they had a conversation at
Yes.
U-Haul?
Yes.
And after that conversation, did the defendant ever let you know that he was leaving work early?
He let me know that he needed to go home.
Okay. Did he say why?
He just needed to get to his kids.
Okay. And did you help him get home?
I did.
Okay. And while you were there at the home, did you stay around just to see if he would need some assistance?
I did.
And at some point, did you see him interacting with a DFAX worker with law enforcement outside of the home?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you become involved in that conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
Because I was trying to calm him down to kind of escalate the situation so he wouldn't go to jail and everything. You know, we could figure out what's the next steps for him to take.
What was your understanding of what was going on at that time?
That his kids weren't in a safe environment and they needed to be removed.
Okay. And were you able to get him to calm down?
Somewhat. As much as I possibly could.
Okay. And did you offer to take the children?
I did. He had stated that he didn't want anyone to have his kids but Danielle.
Okay. And did Danielle come to get the kids?
I was actually on the phone with Danielle when the police was interacting with him. And she was in my ear and I was listening to them at the same time. And she was like, Jada, just hold on, I'm coming. So I was basically waiting for her to get there to get the kids so he could see that his kids was with Danielle and they was going to be okay. And he just needed to do whatever it is that he needed to do so he could get his kids.
Okay. And did Danielle arrive to get the kids?
She did.
And to your knowledge, did she take the kids either to her home or her mother's home?
She took them to her home.
Okay. And after she took the kids, did the defendant ever call you and ask you where his kids were?
I can't recall if he called me, but I know he did call Danielle.
Okay. Did you hear that conversation?
No.
Okay. Did you assist Danielle with taking care of the kids?
I did.
How did you do that?
We got the kids. We went to go get them something to eat. I think we may have went to McDonald's, Taco Bell, somebody. Got back, I bathed them, and then we just set up and let them watch cartoons all night.
Did you stay with Danielle and the kids all night?
I did.
At her home or yours?
At her home.
And why did you stay overnight with her with the kids?
After the kids once we was at the house and the police was there and DFAX was there, I had went back to work and Rodney had came up to the job and he was just very irate and was like, where's my kids? I want my kids. I'm going to get my kids. I'm like, Rodney, like, baby, that's not helping the situation. Like, you need to go and do what you need to do. Your kids are fine. Like, we're going to make sure your kids are good. But he just wanted his kids, and he was like, he was going to Danielle's house. I'm like, no, you're not. And he was like, yes, I am. I'm like, no, you're not, honey. You need to go. I mean, of course, I was upset, so I was more saying more things. But the ultimate thing was, no, you're not going over there. So I called Danielle and told her that I was going to come over there. And I went over there with her to help her out with the kids.
Were you concerned that he was going to do something dangerous or bad to Danielle or the kids?
I did, and I thought that he was going to get himself in more trouble than what he already was, and it wasn't going to help his case.
And were you the person that assisted the kids to get to their mother, Passion, the next day?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you meet Passion to give her the kids?
At the Children's Services.
Okay. Did you see the defendant there?
Who, Rodney?
Yes.
No.
Now, I want to go back to your employment at U-Haul. Before you got that job, how did you apply for the job?
You apply online.
And what's the process? What do you have to submit in that as a part of that application?
Basically, background. You can submit a resume if you have one. They have like questionnaires that you have to fill out.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this point, the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 39 through the Certified Business Records exception under OCGA 24-8-803, subsection 6, and OCGA 24-9-902, subsection 11.
What is the record?
It is the U-Haul employment records for the defendant, Rodney McWay.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's submitted.
Thank you. Permission to publish through the witness, Your Honor?
Granted.
So I'm showing you State's Exhibit 39, and what that first page is a resume, correct?
Yes.
And you also had to submit a resume when you applied.
Yes.
Correct? Could you read for me the top of the resume, whose resume that is?
Rodney A. McWay, Sr.
Okay, and I want to call your attention to the section under professional development. Can you read the place of employment for that professional development for the defendant?
Washington Hospital Center Volunteer Program.
And the dates of employment?
It was March 2009 through June 2011.
And the duties of that employment?
Performing administrative duties, updating patient documents/files, ordering meals, pharmaceutical drugs for patients, answering calls at nurse station, notifying nurses of patient needs.
Thank you. And finally, under that section, under the education section, can you read that first section under education?
Gwinnett College, Atlanta, Marietta.
And the dates that he attended Gwinnett College?
November 2020 through March 2021, sorry.
And is there a declared major or area of study under that?
Medical assistant.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor, subject to redirect.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything from defense counsel?
Good afternoon, Ms. Pearson.
Hi.
I just want to ask you a couple of quick questions. What kind of car were you driving in June of 2023?
My Nissan Rogue.
Okay. I am unfamiliar with a Nissan Rogue. Is that like a sedan or a minivan, or what kind of vehicle is that?
I guess it's like an SUV.
Like a little SUV?
Yeah.
Like a big one, or like one of those mid-sized ones?
It's about a little one.
A little one?
I'm small, so it's big to me.
Sure. What color was the Nissan Rogue?
Black.
It was a black Nissan Rogue. Okay. And you, Rodney very desperately was asking you on the day, hey, I need to get back to my house for the kids. That was why you drove him back home?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I can hear you, and I understand when you say,
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Yeah, for the court reporter.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
And why didn't Rodney drive himself?
He didn't have a vehicle.
Okay. And he had been without a vehicle for some months at that time, correct?
Correct.
Now, after Miss McFarland takes the kids and you go back to work and you
Correct.
have this interaction with Rodney that you talked about on direct.
Correct.
Okay. He was upset because he wanted to get his children back, correct?
Correct.
And you were, basically somebody is upset and maybe seems a little bit out of control is what I think you were alluding to. Is that kind of how he seemed? That
Correct. He was upset.
Yeah, that he was going to get himself into more trouble is what you were afraid of him doing?
Correct.
And so you went to Danielle's place after work, correct?
Correct.
And it's true Rodney never showed up at the place, right?
No.
Okay. No, as in he did not
No,
show
he
up?
did not show up. Sorry.
No problem. I don't think I have any more questions for you, Ms. Pearson. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Anything on redirect?
No, Your Honor.
So we want to thank you for coming in today. You are officially excused, which means you get to leave the building, or you can remain in the courtroom, your choice.
Thank you.
Does the state have another witness to call at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. The St. Paul's Tony Chica.
Stand facing me. Raise your right hand. You swear out from the testimony you said the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. You can take this. For the record, state your full name and spell.
Yes, my name is Tony Sue Chica, TONISUECHIKA.
Good afternoon, Ms. Chica. Thank you for being here. Where are you currently employed?
Fulton County Department of Family and Children's Services,
Otherwise known as
VFACS,
VFACS. And how long have you worked at
about
DFACS?
3 years.
I'm sorry?
3 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities there?
I investigate reports of child abuse and neglect.
Do you have any specialized training in child welfare or home visits?
Yes, I do.
And what is that training?
We were certified by the state of Georgia and Department of Human Services with child welfare and development.
Okay. Now, were you at some point assigned to a case to conduct a home visit involving Rodney McWay Jr., Treasure McWay, and Taiwan McWay?
Yes, I was.
And how did you receive this case?
It was assigned to the overnight unit. It was a referral with concerns about maltreatment. Mr. McWay was the alleged maltreater.
Okay. Do you recall going to the home for a visit?
Yes, I did.
And when was that?
November the 15th, 2023.
Did you review this case prior to being assigned to this case?
Yes.
In November?
Yes, that's our procedure. Once we assign a case, we do go over the history before we go out and try to make response time. That just gives us a prerequisite of the family dynamic.
Based on your review of the case file prior to receiving it, were you aware that the children had been removed from the home with the defendant in June of that same year, 2023?
I was aware of that.
And were you aware that the children had been sent to Maryland with the mother, Passion Mitchell?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And were you aware that at some point the defendant went to Maryland and took the kids from Passion and brought them back to the same home in Georgia?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was there any authorization given to the defendant to take the kids back and bring them to Maryland?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And so do you recall who alerted DFACS that the defendant had taken the kids and brought them back to Georgia?
It was a referral from, I believe, Miss Mitchell. There was we call it an INR.
INR?
INR, yes.
Uh-huh. And what does that mean?
It's just a information and referral.
Okay. And so that's why you were involved in the case, because you were going to check on the children?
Yes.
Is there anything about the defects case file that showed that the defendant had started any type of parenting plan or had connected to any defect services between June 2023 and November 15th, 2023?
It was not documented in the history.
Okay. Now, let's go to your home visit on November 15th. What was the purpose of that visit?
Just to do a welfare check on the children.
Okay. And who, if anyone, accompanied you on that visit?
I was alone.
Can you describe what you observed when you first arrived at the home?
Yes. When I arrived, I did observe a duplex. Mr. McWay's residence was on the left. I did see his name was also on the door, as well as Halloween decorations, some type of holiday decorations. There was no car in the driveway, and there was no light on the front by the door.
Were you, did you have any type of uniform on or anything that would let anyone look at you and tell that you worked for DFACS?
Yes, I have my badge,
okay.
Employee badge with my name and my picture on it.
And where was that badge displayed?
Around my neck.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Did you, when you approached the home, did you knock or ring the doorbell?
I knocked.
And what happened?
Maybe about a minute later, someone came to the door. Okay. I identified myself. I presented my badge, and I did ask to speak with Mr. McWay. At that point, he paused for a second and then slammed the door in my face.
Okay. Can you describe the person who opened the door?
An African-American male, about maybe 30, 29, 30, slender, hair was a short afro.
And do you see the person that opened that door in court today?
I do.
Can you describe him by where he's seated and what he's wearing?
He has I want to say pink. I'm kind of colorblind, but he's sitting next to the gentleman with the blue blazer on and red tie.
Okay. May the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in court. So you identified yourself?
Yes.
And did he say anything to you before he slammed the door in your face?
No, he hesitated and then slammed the door.
Okay. Were you able to complete your home visit?
No, I was not able to assess the children or the home.
Okay. What is DFACS's protocol when someone refuses access for a wellness check?
We partner with local law enforcement who will assist us with making a welfare check.
Did local law enforcement assist you on this check?
I did call for assistance. It was stated that it was not known when the officer would be available, but I did leave instructions with dispatch for the officer to alert me of his findings.
And were you alerted of any
No,
findings?
I was not.
What was the date of this attempted and failed home visit?
November 15th, 2023. I want to say 6:30. I worked the overnight shift, so it was early.
6:30 a.m.?
Yes, 6:30 a.m.
Now, to your knowledge, was there any pending defects, administrative hearing, or any type of court proceeding?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Was this visit an attempt to start any type of removal orders or court proceedings?
We were just essentially doing we call it essential safety assessment. And so that was the purpose of that visit, to just make sure that the children were safe.
Okay. Did you make any follow-up visits?
I did not. What usually occurs if myself or other case managers are not able to meet response time, then that case will be assigned to the next shift. And so that's what occurred with the visit when I could not actually meet with the family.
Do you know what ultimately happened with this case you were working on? I was informed after Treasure passed away, so that's how I was informed about it. And was the case eventually closed shortly after Treasure passed?
The case was still open and then transferred to foster care.
Did you have any other involvement in this case?
No, I did not.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions, subject to redirect.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chica. I don't have any questions for you.
Okay, thank you.
So you are officially excused, which means you get to leave the courtroom, or you can remain, your choice.
Oh, thank you. I think I'll leave. I've been up all night, so I worked. Thank y'all so much.
The state may call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Ms. Antoinette Green to the stand.
Antoinette Green, ANTONETTE GREEN.
All right, good afternoon, Officer Green.
Good afternoon.
First of all, please let us know where do you work?
Atlanta Police Department Crime Scene Unit.
All right, and what do you do for Atlanta Police Department?
I am a crime scene supervisor.
All right, and what are some of your duties?
Supervise technicians and also respond to scenes and work as a technician as well.
Okay, and are you post-certified?
Yes, I am.
All right, and you're current?
Yes.
You're current. Okay, so explain to the jury, what's the purpose of a crime scene technician?
The purpose of a crime scene technician is to respond to the scene and collect and photograph the evidence.
And first of all, how are you notified to respond to a scene?
We're called by dispatch to respond to the scene.
And
once you respond to a scene, what precautions do you take to make sure you keep the scene safe?
Okay, first we meet with the lead investigator or officer. We do a walkthrough. They point out any particular evidence or anything they want us to photograph and collect.
All right. And so do you take your directions from the lead investigator?
Yes, we do.
And then do you wear anything to make sure you don't contaminate the screen?
Yes, we do. We use protective covering. We use gloves. Depending on the scene, we also can wear coveralls, tie-back suits, or booties.
And then usually when you're going through a scene, are you by yourself or are you accompanied by somebody?
Yes, most of the time we're accompanied by the officer or investigator.
All right. So on December 11th, 2023, did you have the opportunity to respond to a child death?
Yes, I did.
All right. And how were you notified of that?
Like I said, I was notified through the radio dispatch. First, they wanted me to respond to 35 just to hear Beth Hughes Spalding first, and then from there to go to the primary scene.
Okay. And did you respond to Hughes Spalding?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do at Hughes Spalding?
At that time, I photographed the victim.
All right. And when you photographed the victim, was she alive?
No, she was not.
All right. And then after you left Hughes Spalding, where'd you go?
I went to the primary address.
And then when you got to the address, what'd you do?
I met with the lead investigator and I did a walkthrough, and then after the walkthrough, I began photographing the scene.
All right. And do you remember who the lead investigator was in this case?
Investigator Bitten.
And then tell us what you did during your walkthrough.
As I said, with the walkthrough, basically we go into the primary. We'll walk through this particular scene was a duplex or home, so we walked through each and every ones, and then after the walkthrough, I proceeded to go back outside and photograph, going back through doing the same thing all over again.
Okay. So during the walkthrough, you did photographs. Did you also collect any evidence?
Yes, I did.
One second, Your Honor. These are the ones I'm showing. There's also 217 through 220. I'm showing, which I didn't have hard copies. But it's either papers or on minutes. That's it. That's all I checked. All right, so Officer Green, I am going to hand you what's been marked. 6 Exhibits 40. To 217. I apologize, Your Honor. It looks like my computer just went black. So I'm trying to pull this presentation up. Green, just let me know when you're ready.
Mm-hmm.
Just take your time, though. All right. And Officer Green, I'm also going to show you what's been marked as 217 to 220 from my computer.
Okay.
18, 19, and 20.
Okay, yes.
All right. So, Officer Green, do you recognize states 40 through 220?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those exhibits to be?
These are the photographs that I took of the scene.
And are those accurate representations of what you took on the scene?
Yes, they are.
And other than the exhibit stickers, have they been altered?
No.
All right. The state moves states 40 through 220 into evidence.
Any objections?
Your Honor, we do have an objection to a handful of these. May Mr. Thomas and I approach?
Sure.
Thank you, Judge.
40 through 46 and 52 to 220 into evidence.
Any objections?
No additional objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And 45 will be redacted, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, so Officer Green, we're gonna go through some of the photos that you took.
Yes, okay.
All right, can you see it in front of your screen?
Yes, but there is a, yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
All right, so Officer Green, first of all, give me an overall concept of how you approach taking pictures once you got on the scene.
Okay, so when I arrived, I always try to photograph the location. So this particular photograph is the street sign of the street.
Okay. And what is this a picture of?
This is the actual photograph of the number, the numerics on the mailbox where I responded to.
All right. And is there a specific reason to take a picture of the mailbox?
The show location where I'm currently located.
And what is this a picture of?
That's the overall of the house.
And what unit that you see here is 2 doors. What unit is the incident location?
A as an apple.
All right. Would that be on the left or right as you're looking at the house here?
If I'm looking, it's on the left.
And then what is this? What is this?
That's the photograph of the front door.
Now, here on the front door, okay, so here on the front door, are you able to see the 2 cameras here?
Yes, I am.
All right. If you can see kind of where I'm pointing. Can you see where I'm pointing? I'm not sure if you can see or not.
No, I cannot see.
Okay. Let me ask you to do this. So if you hit the bottom left, just hit the bottom left of the screen. All right, you'll see the pencil. Oh, see that pencil over there? Hit that. Okay, hit it again. Okay, now can you circle where the 2 cameras are on the screen? Is it showing on your screen?
It's showing on my screen.
Okay. Yes, all right. So those are the 2 cameras that you saw?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if both those cameras are working?
Under my assumption, I believe they were, but no, I don't know for sure if they were working or not.
Okay. Do me a favor, hit the bottom left again. You should see a trash can, and you can hit it again. There you go. Thank you. Okay. And what is this a picture of?
A close-up of the camera.
All right, so what are we showing here?
That is me going through the front door, going down the stairs. That's me turning and going into the residence.
Okay. Let me back up one, actually 2 slides. So as we're looking at the camera here, you see the cord coming from the camera?
Yes,
Do you know where that cord runs to?
I'm assuming into the apartment.
Okay.
It's down.
Do you know if that's a power cord or Ethernet cord?
I don't know,
Okay.
to be honest with you.
Is it the cord you see going across the stairs?
Yes.
Right here, that same cord?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what are you showing here?
This is me going into the apartment. I'm finna do overalls of that whole room. So this is an overall facing the first wall that I see.
Okay. So you're inside the apartment now. Tell us your first impressions when you came into the apartment.
When you mean impression, what do you mean as far as what I see, or?
Yeah, like describe the apartment, like the condition the apartment was in.
Going into this room, it seemed pretty clean. Going down, this is, I'm assuming this is the living room area. It had a sofa, TV in it, and a Christmas tree.
Do you remember how many TVs were in it?
I want to say it was 3 TVs in that room, I believe.
And then, so the TVs right now, it looks like they're showing pictures.
Yes.
To your knowledge, were they on when you got there?
Yes, they were.
And what are you showing here?
That's another angle of the same room.
All right. And the TV there, can you tell me what's on top of that TV?
A camera.
And is this a close-up of that camera?
Yes, it is.
And are you able to tell the direction the camera is focused on?
It's the TV is in the window, so to me, the camera is pointing straight.
Okay.
Maybe, adjacent to that, you're seeing in another photo, is like the hallway, I guess, or a door.
Okay. Do you remember if it was focused on the stairwell where the front door is?
No.
Okay. And where did you photograph here?
This is also in the living room. That is another monitor and DV player.
All right. All right, so this is day 71. What are you looking at here?
That's the photograph going into the kitchen.
All right. And so what were your impressions when you got into the kitchen?
The kitchen was not clean.
All right. So day 73, what are you photographing here?
That's another overall angle of the kitchen. Right there, I'm doing an overall of the kitchen.
Okay. And this door you see here, where does that door lead?
I guess to the back door outside.
Okay. All right. And what is this a picture of?
Also in the kitchen, there's a bed in the kitchen.
And what is this a picture of?
Overall of the stove.
Now, this device that's in the top right corner, what is that?
That looks to be like a monitor.
All right. And what is this a picture of?
Another overall of the kitchen. That's the countertop and sink.
All right. And explain to me what's in this picture.
That's another overall of the kitchen, what's containing on the countertop in the kitchen.
All right. So the eggs and the milk sitting out, do you know if those are room temperature?
I'm assuming so, they're out. Yeah.
Were they out when you got there?
Yes, they were.
Now there's food on top of the refrigerator here. About how tall was that refrigerator, in your estimation?
Standard size, it should be about 5-6 feet.
Okay.
For a refrigerator.
So space 93, what is this?
That's a close-up of the food, the items on the countertop, the eggs and the bread.
Okay. And space 88, what are we seeing here?
Overall of items inside the refrigerator.
All right. And what are we seeing on states 89?
That's close-up of the shelving in the refrigerator.
All right, states 90, what are we looking at?
Overall of the freezer.
All right. Did you see any food sitting out that would probably go into the freezer?
No, I did not.
All right, states 94. What are you seeing here?
Overall in the cupboards or cabinets.
Okay. All right, states 96.
That's the other cabinet in the kitchen.
All right. States 97.
The other cabinet in the kitchen.
States 98.
The other side of that cabinet in the kitchen.
Okay. Now, before we get to stage 109, you did photograph some food in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see any food that could have been at a level that a child could get to?
No, I did not.
So stage 109, what are you photographing here?
Overall inside of the microwave.
And stage 110.
That's overall of the desk that's also in the kitchen.
All right. And stage 113.
Close up of mail and the medicine, items on the counter.
All right. So this is stage 214. What is this?
Looks like a schedule. It was on top of the counter.
All right. And so based on the schedule, it says like wake up Taiwan at what time?
6 a.m.
All right. And then what time does it say breakfast is?
7:45.
And then what time does it say lunch is?
3 p.m.
All right. So states 217. What is this?
Another schedule.
And what time is breakfast on this schedule?
8:45.
And what time is lunch/dinner on this schedule?
4:30.
And this is scheduled for Friday. What time is breakfast on this schedule?
8:45 a.m.
And what time is lunch on this schedule? /dinner.
4 p.m.
All right. So this is states 219, which has been redacted to not include social security numbers. Do you recognize what states 219 is?
That's overall the form that was on the desk.
Okay. And what was the, is this form signed?
Yes.
And is there a date on the form?
Yes.
Can you tell what the date is?
It's clear. It's covered on my screen, so I can't see the date.
What about the screen behind you?
Okay. 7/15/2023.
All right. Now on states 220, what is that?
Close up of the form.
All right. And it says closest living relative. Who is it say is the closest living relative?
Denise, are we looking at that one?
Yes.
McBrave,
All right. And where does it say she lives? And just city and state.
5811 Delta Lane, Sutton, Maryland.
All right. So states 115. What are we looking at here?
That's overall of another monitor in the kitchen
All right.
and TV.
And again, what is this? Do me a favor. Hit that. The trash can for me. There you go. All right. And then this monitor, this white box we see on the TV, is that the same white box from earlier?
Yes, the monitor, yes.
All right. And what are we looking at here?
That's a close-up of the camera in the kitchen.
All right. And that's co-located with that white box?
Yes.
And with this camera, it has a little light in the front of it. Any idea what that light means?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right. Talk to me about what this is.
That's the monitor in the kitchen. The screens are now showing.
All right. So, with this monitor, explain to me what these pixels, or I guess these individual boxes are representing.
Those are cameras in each individual room.
Okay. And so they're labeled. Do you recognize a room that's labeled Rodney Jr.?
Yes.
All right. And then do you recognize the room that's labeled Taiwan?
Yes.
Well, first let's back up. The room labeled Rodney Jr., which room in the house is that?
That looks like the living room.
All right. And the room labeled Taiwan, which room in the house is that?
That's kind of hard to say, but that looks like the kitchen. Well, no, that's, I can't tell in that particular photo.
Okay. That's fine. That's fine. And then, of course, the kitchen.
Yes.
No, that's the kitchen. Okay. How about the room that says, or the pixel that says 4165 Renfrew Court?
That's outside, yes.
All right. Would that be the camera we saw earlier by the front door?
Yes.
And then, can you tell me which room is labeled Treasure?
The one of the bedrooms in the
All
back.
right.
Tell that.
And then you have the timestamps on here. What times are you seeing on here?
They're all the same except the ones that says Treasure is 1:58 p.m. and then hers is different at 4:52 a.m. in the morning.
Okay. And according to this box, what is the current time when we took this picture?
1:58 p.m.
All right. All right. So what are we seeing here?
That's me going into the bathroom. That's an overall going into the bathroom.
All right. And what is states 121?
Close up of the sink.
States 123?
Overall of the bathtub.
All right. States 124?
That's overall the cabinet in the bathroom as well.
All right. Now, the bathroom, did you see any child hygiene products?
No, I did not.
States 132.
That's overall going into one of the bedrooms.
Okay. States 133.
Overall in the bedroom.
All right. Are you able to see a camera on this on this picture?
I can see it.
Would you mind highlighting it with your screen there? All right, thank you. All right, you go ahead and hit that trash can. All right, States 136.
This is overall of the bedroom.
All right. And any idea which child stayed in this bedroom?
This might be the I'm not for sure which one, but it was a boys' bedroom.
Okay. And what's stage 138?
Overall of the bedroom.
And stage 134?
Another angle overall of the bedroom.
All right. And stage 203?
This is overall inside that box that we just saw.
All right. And what is this inside the box? The wrappers?
It's like food wrappers, potato chip wrappers, cookie wrappers.
Okay. Does that stand out to you?
It kind of did.
Why?
Because that's what little kids do. They hide. They put stuff, crazy places.
Okay, I got you. Now there's a little white box right here up against the window.
Yes.
What is that box?
Looked like an infinity box, some type of monitoring box.
Okay.
You know,
Like an Xfinity router?
to that nature. Yeah.
Okay. So any idea if this house had Wi-Fi while you were there?
I'm assuming so.
And what are we looking at here?
That's overall of the bedroom going out the room.
Okay. So the shoes here are stacked up. And then let me back up to states. Oh, sorry, I'm going too far ahead. Let me go back. Okay, and right here, you see on top of the desk, nice and neat, the toys on top of the thing, they're nice and neat.
Yes.
Was it like that when you got there?
Yes, it was.
All right. Okay. And then what are you taking a picture of here?
That's overall the couch in that bedroom.
All right. And what is that in the top left corner?
The camera.
Is this that same camera?
Yes.
All right. And is there a status light here?
Yes.
All right. And what are we looking at here?
That is a photograph of the next bedroom I'm going into.
Okay. All right. And what are we looking at here?
Overall of the bedroom.
All right. Those shoes you see down here? Down here on the blue mat?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember those were children's shoes?
No, I can't remember. I don't.
Okay. And can you also see a camera in this shot?
Yes.
All right, would you mind highlighting it for the jury? All right, thank you. You can hit the trash can. All right, and what are we showing here on stage 148?
Just overall of the bedroom and the bed.
All right. And what are we showing on stage 153?
A close up of the camera in the bedroom.
And do you see a status light in this one?
No, I can't see a light on that one.
And what are we showing here?
And that's over a bedroom facing back towards the door.
All right. And what are we seeing here?
That's overall clothes that are in the corner by the door.
Okay. Do you know if those were adult clothes or children's clothes?
They looked like adult clothes.
And then, did you ever see children's clothes while you were taking pictures?
Yes.
Okay.
And yes, in one of the drawers there were some clothing.
Okay. Was it clothes for boys and girls?
No, I couldn't.
All right. And based on, after you took pictures, walked through the home and took pictures, what else did you do?
Collected evidence. Investigator directed me to the evidence that she wanted it to be collected. So
Okay.
I photographed that again with placards, and then I collected it.
Okay. Were the cameras collected?
Yes, they were.
Did you have to unplug any cameras from a Wi-Fi router?
I can't remember. No, I can't remember.
Okay.
That.
Did you have to unplug them from the wall?
Yeah, we had to unplug them. Yeah.
Okay. Did you collect any Wi-Fi, or how many Wi-Fi routers did you collect, if any?
I don't think I collected any Wi-Fi routers.
All right. Do you remember how many you saw?
Just that one.
Okay.
That possibly was in that bedroom.
And you're talking about the one that was in the one bedroom that you saw in the photo?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Crime Detective Green?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have any questions for you, thank you.
Okay.
So, you are free to leave the building.
Thank you, ma'am.
Or you may remain in the courtroom, but thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
So I don't want to speak out of turn, but I would ask the state if you have another witness to call for today.
Yes, Your Honor, one more, and she's pretty short.
Okay.
The state calls Dr. Jacinda Cooper.
Didn't you say three?
But when I realized how fast we were going, I asked Mom.
Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Help you God?
Yes.
You can take a seat. For the record, state your full name and spell.
Jacinta Edwina Cooper, Jacinta Edwina Cooper.
Good afternoon, Dr. Cooper. How are you?
I'm okay.
Good. Can you introduce yourself to us by giving us some background information from you? Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently in Atlanta.
And what do you do there?
I'm a pediatric emergency medicine physician.
Can I ask you to speak a little louder into the mic, please?
Yes.
Can you please repeat your last question? Answer.
Yes, I'm a pediatric emergency medicine physician.
And how long have you been there?
5.5 years.
5.5?
Yes.
And what are some of your duties and responsibilities as a pediatric ER doctor?
My primary responsibility is patient care. I also do teaching of medical students, residents, and fellows.
And let's talk about your educational background. Where did you attend medical school?
The University of Colorado, Denver.
Okay. And are you a board certified doctor?
I'm board certified in pediatrics as well as in pediatric emergency medicine.
And all of your certifications up to date?
Yes.
Have you ever been published?
Yes.
In approximately how many publications?
Approximately 5, I believe.
And what is the nature of your publications?
There are a few basic science research publications as well as some case reports of patients that I've taken care of.
And do you speak at any conferences or seminars?
I have spoken at research conferences in the past.
Okay. Do you attend conferences and seminars?
Yes.
How often?
About yearly.
And why is that important?
As a physician, we're required to take yearly CME or certificate medical education to keep up our licensing and board certification.
Okay. Have you ever testified in court before?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
Twice.
Okay. And where have those been? Which courtrooms or which jurisdictions?
Those were depositions for civil cases, and I don't know the jurisdiction.
Okay. But they were both civil?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, the state moves to tender Dr. Jacinta Cooper as an expert in pediatric emergency room medicine.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
So, Dr. Cooper, were you working in the emergency room at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta on December 11th, 2023?
Yes.
And what was your shift time?
I do not remember my shift time that day.
Do you recall receiving a patient by the name of Treasure McWay?
Yes.
Do you recall how she presented to the hospital? Was it through emergency services, or was she brought in by a family member or individual?
She was brought in by emergency services.
And do you recall if any emergency procedures had been performed on her prior to arriving at the hospital?
When she arrived at our hospital, they were doing CPR or cardiopulmonary resuscitation.
Okay. And when you say they, you mean the
emergency medical services.
Okay. And do you know if the emergency medical services were able to be successful in those attempts?
They were not successful before arrival.
Okay. Once she arrived, what did you do?
We continued with cardiopulmonary resuscitation.
For approximately how long?
I don't know the exact time frame. We think about cardiopulmonary resuscitation in terms of rounds of CPR, and a round is typically about 2 minutes of CPR as well as medications, and after one round, we'll check a pulse.
Okay. And did she ever become responsive during that time?
Unfortunately, no.
And did she ultimately be pronounced deceased?
Yes, she was.
Were you the person who pronounced her deceased?
Yes.
Do you recall the time of death that you pronounced?
I do not recall the exact time of death.
Okay. Was it around 10:42? Does that?
I would have to review my documentation.
Okay. But to your knowledge, she never became responsive while she was at the hospital?
That is correct.
And how did she present in terms of her appearance? And let's first talk about her external appearance. Is there anything that you noticed about her external appearance?
I did not notice any obvious signs of trauma, but during cardiopulmonary resuscitation, our focus is on the patient's airway, breathing, and circulation.
Okay. And did you make any notifications or notations about that?
At that time, she was not breathing on her own, and so we were breathing for her. She had no pulse and no heartbeat, so we were performing CPR, so performing chest compressions for her.
Okay. Did you notice anything about her pupils?
If I remember from her chart, her eyes were kind of glassy, and her pupils were dilated.
Okay. Could you tell, based on your examination of her, how long she had been deceased?
That is not something I'm trained to do.
Now, you said that there were no obvious signs of trauma, correct?
Correct.
What types of signs were you looking for?
So in a situation like that, we might be looking for obvious bruising. I would look to see if there was any obvious deformities in bones, to look for broken bones. Sometimes if there's been trauma, we might see bleeding from the mouth or from the nose. We might see redness of the eyes. Those would be the things that would be trying to quickly look for while we are working on resuscitating the patient.
Okay, but you didn't notice any of that?
No, ma'am.
Is there anything that you noticed about her size in terms of height and weight?
When I was documenting in her chart, I noted that her weight was less than her previous documented weight.
Okay. Do you know what her previous documented weight was?
I would have to have her chart in front of me to tell you the exact numbers.
Okay, but it was lower.
Yes.
And is there anything that you noticed about her external appearance that you made any type of determination about her size?
She seemed smaller, but again, I would have to look at her chart to tell you the exact sizing.
Okay. Could you see any of her bones?
She was thin appearing.
Okay. Were there any signs of dehydration?
In terms of the things that we would look for a child for signs of dehydration would be crying, but she was not responsive to cry for me. We would look for dry mucous membranes, but since somebody was breathing for her, that is not something that I would have looked for at the time. And then the other thing that we look for is something called capillary refill, but hers was delayed, but she was undergoing CPR, and so I can't determine if that was from the dehydration or what we were actively doing.
So basically, once you were unsuccessful in reviving her, you had no other role in terms of her medical care, correct?
That's correct.
And you're not responsible for determining any type of cause or manner of death, correct?
No.
Whose job is that?
We call the medical examiner, and they decide if they're going to take the case or not. And if they take the case, then they're the ones that make that determination.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, subject to redirect.
Dr. Cooper, thank you. I don't have any questions for you.
Thank you.
I want to thank you for coming in today. You are officially excused. That means you get to leave the building or you may remain in the courtroom, your choice.
Thank you.
All right, the state may call this next witness.
No more for today, Your Honor.
All right, the magic words, no more for today. So, with that being said, you are officially excused.
They say that they're going to let Mr. Way, and that's what we asked for, so we're happy with that. We do have one additional thing we would like to put on the record regarding the bench conference that Mr. Thomas and I had. And so during the testimony of crime scene tech Antoinette, photographs labeled States Exhibit 40 through 217. At that time I objected. We had a conference out of the presence of the jury, and specifically my objection were to exhibits labeled 45 through 51. These were photos that were taken of Treasure McWay when she was at the hospital after she had been declared deceased. At the end of that conversation, the court indicated that they would admit States Exhibit 45, provided that it would be redacted because of the nudity of the child, and would admit States Exhibit 46. The state, when we came back into court, moved to admit those, but did not move to admit 47, 48, 49, and 51. So I think that accurately sums up what happened, but Mr. Thomas will correct me if not.
Yeah, just minor correction, Your Honor. We actually moved to states 220, not 217.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because 218, 219, and 220 were not rented at the time that we were talking. Okay.
Exactly.
All right, anything else before we recess for the weekend?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see you Monday at 9 o'clock. How much more do we have, Ms. Hodge?